but this slide isn't common. So Electrum was founded in 2011. The goal was to provide an alternative to either running a full node or having to trust web wallet. So we tried to provide a user experience where users do not need to run a full node because this is difficult, and this keeps users from. Also, if you have to download the full blockchain, it can last several hours for people who do not use the Bitcoin client very often. So, as you know, one of the properties of money is that it should be accessible. You should be able to use it instantly when you want, and you shouldn't have to wait. Electrum was one of the first clients that had this. I mean, it was the first client that introduced this seed concept where you can have 12 words and you can recover your money from this. Of course, you own the keys, that's the key point, and this is what I'm going to talk about in the context of Lightning. And do not trust, verify. So in the early days, it meant SPV. So the client uses a technique called SPV to verify all the transactions, which means that it uses a set of servers, it asks information to those servers about the blockchain, but it doesn't have the trust of the servers. Seed concept where you can have 12 and you can recover your money from this. Not your channels, not your sites. This should have been the title of this talk, but I only found it yesterday. And yeah. Trust, verify. So the trouble with Lightning wallets is that they are very often custodial or partially custodial. As in, you have the on-chain part that is in your control, so that you have the private key for the on-chain wallet. But the Lightning part is on a remote node. And for example, I don't know all the wallets, but in the case of Blue Wallet, which is one of the most popular, you can actually connect Blue Wallet to your own Lightning node. So that's probably not what 99% of people do. So they trust the Lightning node of Blue Wallet. And so this is what this is why I'm saying it's partially controlled. There is also more subtle differences, like for example with the Phoenix wallet. It's non-custodial except some tasks. Like they open a channel to you, so you have to give them a payment for that. So it's going to be custodial for 30 minutes, which is okay, kind of. But with Electrum, we don't want to do that at all, because then our nodes will be target for attack. And so this is what, I mean, it's already a target for attack, but the target that has the money, that's what we don't want. There is also more subtle differences. What else? Yeah, the Phoenix wallet. So your private keys in Lightning are with your channels. So the node that manages your channels has your private keys. Either it is implemented in your wallet or it is remote. But the private keys are associated to the channel. So wallets that do not implement the channels, they are either a front end to a Lightning node, or they are they are either a custodial. They are either a front end custodial service or to your own node. But if it's your own node, you should be able to maintain it, and this is difficult in the context of Lightning. So yeah, we need wallets that are lightweight and easy to use, but that are also trustless. So the question I get often is, why did we implement Lightning instead of integrating? By implementing, I mean we really wrote in Python the Lightning protocol. And the reason is we wanted to avoid vassalization, as in we need a set of features in Electrum that other implementations do not necessarily have, because they do not agree on the priorities. For example, if I'm talking about trampoline, trampoline has been implemented by Async. It is in Eclair, but it's not in other implementations. And implementing, I mean, they kind of agree with it, with the concept, but it's far down in their list of priorities. So it's not going to be in Lnb likely in the next year or two. And we don't have time for that. So that's also, so we want to implement the features we need. We don't have the same priorities as others, and we don't want a single point of failure like the async node. We want users to be able to open channels with arbitrary nodes. So Here is a small comparison between Electrum and Phoenix, actually, because Phoenix is the closest to what we have. We borrowed from them the concept of the trampoline node, but in our case, you can do trampoline payments with multiple trampolines. So this is something we introduced, and users have the freedom to choose which trampoline they connect to. They have a very nice and user-friendly feature called Pay to Open, so that if someone needs to pay you when you don't have a channel, they open the channel for you. That's kind of fine, it's very nice, but it is custodial. So we don't want to do that. Also, we want channel backups to be recovered from seed, but without trusting the remote node, because we don't want to constrain to which node you connect. So in the context of Phoenix, you have to connect to their node because it is trusted both for the recovery from seed and for the pay fine. So since we want people to be able to connect to any node, we cannot use those features. We have to do it differently. We want channel backups to be recovered from seed. I'm going to give a brief explanation of what is trampoline and what are submarine swaps. So in the Lightning Network, routing is called source pairs. So it means that when you want to send a payment, you have to choose a route for that payment, and for that you need to know about the graph. You need to have an up-to-date view of the network. So it has to be both complete and up-to-date, and this is an information that is quickly updated after. I mean, if you're not using your wallet every day, in practice, you need to re-download the whole network. So usually a mobile app is online only a few seconds before payment, and then it goes offline. And that's also the case for the desktop version of Electrum. The usage pattern is that people don't leave the client open all the time. So trampoline is a technique. I mean, yeah, okay. Trampoline is to Lightning what SPV is to the blockchain, because it really reduces how much data you have to download. You are just delegating the path finding to another node, and it's done in a way where, I mean, you have to trust the node to find a path that makes sense, but your interests are aligned with them because they are already part of the path, so they are not going to try to be twice part of the path or something crazy like that. I mean, they already have a fee for that. That results in slightly higher fees actually, because you pay a large fee without knowing in advance how much the payment is going to be costing. And if the fee that you pay is not enough for the payment, then the trampoline node is going to return a 0 and asking you to pay more. And at that point, you can actually, I mean, if we implement proper competition, your node could actually pick a different trampoline node. Say, no, you're too expensive, I'm going to pick this one. Of course, for that, you need multiple trampolines. You need choice. And at the moment, we have only 3 trampoline nodes on the Bitcoin network. The first one, historically, is async. And Electrum has added 2 more. One is run by the Electrum company, and one is run by a volunteer. So yeah, if somebody wants to run another trampoline node, please get in touch. The more the better. It's also better for privacy to have more trampoline nodes. Of course, for that you need multiple. Okay. At the moment we have only. The other feature that we have is submarine swaps. That's also part of our infrastructure. The goal of this is to address liquidity issues. You might have a channel where all the funds are on your side, and so you cannot receive anymore. If that's the case, I mean, if you just open the channel, all the funds are on your side, and you want to buy a merchant, you want to receive, how do you do? You can swap the off-chain funds, the Lightning funds, for on-chain funds. And it's called submarine swap. Yeah, it's done in a trustless way, so that you don't need to trust the service. It's not like you send them money and they send it to you back. Both payments are atomic. They both take place or they do not. this works because it's a particular type of contract that can be executed. So the on-chain contract shares the same secret as the Lightning payment. So if you do send the Lightning payment, the receiver is going to receive an HTLC for which they do not have the secret, because the secret is on-chain. Yeah, so you send an HTLC, and in order to redeem that HTLC, they need to send the funds on the blockchain, on a funding address that has this script, and then you redeem the funds on this address, and by redeeming it, you reveal the secret that they need in order to settle the HTLC. So this is why the payment is trustless and atomic. And if you happen not to do that, that's the other part of this contract. There is a delay, there is a timeout, after which you can get your money back. Well, I mean, whoever sent on the blockchain gets the money back. So in my example, it's the server, not the client. But it works in both directions. Okay, so we have two nodes run by Electrum. One is this swap server that I mentioned. So if you want to connect to it, I left the QR code here. This is the address of the node, and we have a trampoline node. So the swap server uses LND and the Boltz framework, and it mostly acts as a sink. That means that liquidity tends to disappear in there because it's going to go on-chain. And the trampoline is a source. So if you connect to it, you should expect liquidity to come to your side. There are other trampolines, like I said before, async, and the other one is called CodeLister. Async is a sink. That's a liquidity sink. It's not, I mean, the reason for that is that they have this pay to open feature where they open the channel for you. So basically, users do not need to have any funds to start with async, but then they need to absorb those funds. So this is why you have this trampoline that is a sink, while our trampoline is a source of funds. Yeah, new trampolines are welcome, and because also they improve privacy. If you can make payments and you have a choice between multiple trampolines, you can do multi-trampoline routes. So it's no longer like with the async node, where the async node knows both the sender and the receiver of the funds. Okay, how much time do I have left? It's okay. I mean, I have the other part is about spoiling the features of the next release of Electrum. 10 minutes. Okay, so this is a preview. I made just a bunch of screenshots. I've been lazy. I mean, I didn't want to risk the demo effect. So this is Electrum 4.3. It has not been released yet. What we try to do is to abstract payments from the payment layer, as in you don't need to worry whether things happen on-chain or on Lightning. We try to automate all this. So there is only a single type of invoice that contains both a Lightning invoice and a fallback on-chain address. There is a set of suggestions to address liquidity issues. So if you need to receive a payment but you cannot, if it's possible, to suggest rebalance, channel rebalance, and channel swaps. So here is how it works. I'm starting. Oh yeah, there is also, as you might have noticed, the balance is now shown as a single unified balance on the bottom left. It's a pie chart, and if you click on it, you get the details about what is on-chain, what is confirmed, what is not confirmed, what is frozen, etc. Yeah, let's start with the channel start. So this is a channel. I mean, this is a client with 4 channels. The number 2 here is not a channel. Do I have a pointer on this? Yeah. This is not a channel. It's a channel backup. That's why it's gray. So in this case, I'm going to show you the rebalance feature, which is new. This is this button here. So basically, you have to select two channels that you want to rebalance. If you use trampoline, the two channels must belong to two separate trampolines. And once you have done that, you can notice that the balance button is no longer gray. You can click on it. So you get this little dialog. It's asking you in which direction you want to swap between those two channels. And also, you have a max button. So you can decide that you send as much as possible in the direction. And it's going to know for you how much you can send. So in this case, you notice how much those two channels can receive here. And now, let's say I press max, the max button, and actually the amount here is matching the amount that you see here. Okay, and now I click OK, and after a few seconds, you get this. So, oops, sorry. So this channel now is at 0 in the can receive, because the funds have been moved from this channel to this channel. Yeah, okay. So this is still very technical. I mean, you have to understand what you're doing, but we simplified all this. I mean, I started to show you the complicated stuff, but it's actually integrated in the send and receive tabs. So let's say you want to receive. So this is the new receive tab. There is only a single create request button instead of two. We used to have one for on-chain, one for Lightning. And now if I press this, it creates a request like this. And you can choose whether you display the URI, the address, or the Lightning invoice. So that's the different QR codes have different sizes. You can also switch between QR code and text if you need to see the address or the Lightning invoice. Now let's say instead of receiving 2, I want to receive 3, and I press create request again. In that case, in that particular example, I don't have enough liquidity. So what's going to happen is that it's showing me this message. We don't have the capacity to receive that amount. You may have the capacity if you rebalance your channels. So there are two buttons, rebalance and swap. They do not always show up. They only show up if it's possible. And the client computes it for you. It computes which channel needs to be rebalanced and how much. Okay. So if you press on rebalance, if you press on submarine swap, you get this dialog, which you might already be familiar with if you use Electrum, except that now it's actually choosing the channel for the swap, and it's also choosing the amount that you need. But the swap actually is more expensive and is slower than rebalance because it goes on-chain. So the best is to choose the rebalance option if you have it. And in that case, you get this dialog, the rebalance dialog. Now it is pre-filled with the amount that you need. You just need to press OK. And after you press OK, you see the QR code. So the channels have been rebalanced. You are now able to receive that amount. Okay, now let's see the send tab. So again, when you want to send Bitcoin on Lightning, you might not have the capacity or you might not have channels. So the client is going to show a pop-up if you cannot actually send. That shows multiple options. All those options are not there all the time because it really depends on the invoice and on how much you have, whether you can rebalance. But for the purpose of the demonstration, I show you the case where all options are available. So you can rebalance, you can open a new channel. Open a new channel requires that you have the funds, of course, on-chain. Swap and pay on-chain. Pay on-chain is if the invoice has a fallback address, which not every client supports today. Okay, so that's it for the new features, I guess. Yeah, I just wanted to make this announcement. I already made it last year. The electrum.org website is multi-sig. That means that all the builds are reproducible, and the website is not managed by us, it's managed by a script. So developers do not have access to the website. I don't have the power to change what's on the website. So basically, whenever we do a new release, all the new files have to be signed by 2 developers, and the signing keys for those builds are never in the same location. We never meet with the keys in the same place. Okay? And also, if I want to change the website, if I want to change the wording or whatever, this also needs to be co-signed by two people. So I no longer have the power to modify the website myself. Now, what do we do if there is a problem? Of course, we have access to it, but the key, the password or the SSH key to log into this machine is in a vault. And the vault is not at our office, it's in a bank, in a safety deposit box with the people who can sync. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Okay, now Ben, please, and Matthew, they're going to talk about Lnbits. Small applause, please.
Multi-trampoline boot. So it's no longer like with the async node, where the async node knows both the sender and the receiver of the trans. Okay, how much time do I have left? Okay, I mean, I have the other part is about spoiling the features of the next release of Electrum. 10 minutes. Okay, so this is a preview. I made just a bunch of screenshots. I'm lazy. I mean, I didn't want to risk the demo effect. So this is Electrum 4.3. It has not been released yet. What we try to do is to extract payment from the payment layer, as in, you don't need to worry whether things happen on-chain or on Lightning. We try to automate all this. So there is only a single type of invoice that contains both a Lightning invoice and on-chain.
I'm going to talk about Lnbits, what Lnbits is, where it comes from, where we are now, and then like where we're going, what we're excited about, and what we've been working on.
There's a set of suggestions for
so most people don't know. Most people kind of know
if you need to receive a payment,
it's just a simple wallet account system for your node. So if you have your Bitcoin node and you have your Lightning node,
so here's how it works.
You can install an additional piece of software, which will create a wallet account system which you can use for friends, family, that sort of thing. But it also has this extension framework which is attached to it, because a lot of the people who work on Lnbits are also very excited about Lightning. We have these goofy ideas, we want to test these goofy ideas out. We want to be able to quickly spin up an extension and then play around with some of those ideas. So Lnbits for us is kind of a platform for that and experiment with some of these ideas. It came from kind of real world hurdles and stumbling blocks we came across when we were trying to use the Lightning network. In that, you know, if I'm making a device like an ATM, for example, in order for that ATM to pay somebody when they put some cash in, if it's over Lightning, that ATM, you know, a few years ago would have to have access to my admin, so it could access my node if you take my funds. And that kind of sucked. So it's like, well, okay, can that ATM have its own wallet, and then in that wallet there's a limited amount of funds, so sort of segment my Lightning node wallet into lots of little wallets, and then have them for different purposes. Have one for an ATM, have one for points of sale, have one for whatever else. So there was certainly a need for us to be able to have a wallets system. So anyway, so let's actually have a look at the software. There's actually two versions of our software which we're running. We have sort of one we call Legend, which is built on Python, and then we have another version called Infinity, which is built on Go. And it's a little bit more experimental than Infinity, but it's quite interesting when we can build extensions on it. But currently, the focus is on the Python Lnbits, getting that out of beta and making it fully functional, stable software which people can rely on. So that's what we've been working on. So yeah, you can go to the repo, check out the repo, and then, you know, install instructions, all that stuff, information about the projects in the repo. I would advise using Legend for now until we've done some work on Infinity. It's still kind of like bubbling away in the background. Once you spin up, like this morning, I spun up a server for this demo, and it took me like 5 minutes to connect it to a funding source, and then actually spin up the Lnbits server. So one of the other stumbling blocks would be when I was developing. If I was making an application, I would have to make like a C Lightning version, an LND version, an Eclair version, an OpenNode version, an LNPay version. So if I had my point of sale, I would have to have like 5 different versions of that point of sale to plug into all those APIs, and then I'd have to replicate that time and again, and then so would other Lightning developers too. So it also made sense that we had middleware software, which would have, each wallet would have its own API keys, and then that middleware software can sit on top of any funding source. So that's kind of one of the main core concepts of Lnbits, is now, as people did yesterday when we did the workshop, we made one of these point of sales, that's just connecting to an Lnbits account and an Lnbits wallet. But the funding source underneath Lnbits could be anything, and we're always adding new funding sources, which I'm going to actually mention. But we support, I think it's like 7 funding sources currently. So when you, what did I call this server I spun up this morning? Here we go, Mallorca 0 Wales, here we go, .Wales. So when you install Lnbits on your own server, on your own node, on your Lightning node, this is what you'll see when you get it running, and then you can just make a wallet, and then you have access to that wallet. It just works like a Lightning wallet would. You know, you can send and receive funds. It's fully responsive, so you can, so it will act like a sort of an Insta wallet, a mobile wallet on your phone. It's actually a progressive web app, so if you're using Android, you can install it, and it works quite nicely that way. So this is what you'll see. This is just the wallet you'll see. You can restrict access. So yes, you can be a custodian for the world and offer everyone a custodian solution, like a Wallet Satoshi, or Blue Wallet or something. You can offer that to people, or you can just restrict access to your friends, family, or just yourself. So you can just take the user key and just, restrict access to just you. Currently, you have to kind of do it through our environment variables, but we will have like an admin extension where we'll make that a lot easier. So we have a simple wallet account system. Each wallet has its own API information, so I can plug this POS into that wallet. This could be an ATM, we say 100, this wallet could be for an ATM, let's say just have 100 quid on it, and then if someone hacks my ATM, they can just get access to this wallet. If I want to add a new wallet, it's trivial, and I can create a new wallet, and then that new wallet then has new API information, which is quite nice. Now, where it becomes powerful is our extension framework. So if anyone's familiar with something like WordPress, that's so successful because you start with something very simple, just a blogging platform. And then, if you're a merchant, you could install a WooCommerce plugin, you could install this. Whereas if you're a content creator, you could install this plugin, this plugin. So you extend your WordPress install into any direction which is relevant to you. And then Lnbits basically works the same way. It's on your node, and then you just install the extensions which are relevant to you. So we have quite a lot of extensions currently, but this is almost becoming the tip of the iceberg because we have so many PRs for new extensions people are building, which we need to work through and merge. So it's very exciting project to work on. Currently, we just package the extensions in with the software, but I think now we're going to have to seriously think about giving like a kind of WordPress user experience where you would have, just when you install Lnbits, you just end up with Lnbits core, and then you then pull the extensions down and install them into it. And there's been, from the beginning, that's been the goal, but for now we just kind of like package the extensions in there. I've already spun up a couple of extensions, spun up a wallet here and done some transactions this morning. And you can do all sorts of stuff. So if you want to make withdrawal faucets, I was going to make post some around the conference, I'll do that later today. And then you're on withdraw. This allows you to make a static QR code which somebody can just scan and then just get the sats. So if I go here and then actually I can go to quick vouchers, and then I can just select the wallet. Okay, select that test wallet there, and then amount I can say 1,000. Amount per withdraw, and then here we are, number of vouchers, 1 voucher, create voucher. Alright, so if somebody wants to scan this bad boy, they'll get 1,000 sats. Classic. If not, then maybe someone on the video might be able to scan it. Zoom in. Depixel the image. So that's great for making withdraw faucets, which you can put around your town or whatever. We also, because people who work on Lnbits, some of us are very interested in the selling URL stuff, which allows for static QR codes for payments and also these withdrawing things. So we've always supported that from the beginning. Another one is something like Alibaba Pay, where we could create a static payment link which somebody could hit multiple times. So put 100, here we go, boom. And now we have a static payment link, somebody can hit that multiple times and they can just pay me 100 sats, 100 sats, 100 sats. So you have a withdraw, the ability to create a withdraw link, but then you also have the ability to make a payment link. And then it's like, okay, well, what can you do with that? Well, how about we marry those two things up, and then I made something which is a bit naughty, called Sats Dice. So this is a bit like a coin flip.
So I can make a sats dice in here now, connect it to that wallet, what should we call it? Blah. And then we can set in the threshold, make a minimum maximum, say 10k, so we'll do a 10k bet. And then we can put in haircut, say 5% haircut here. And now if somebody plays my game, they've got a 1.5 chance of winning 55% of whatever they put in, but I can also move this thing up here. So this is a bit like Satoshi Dice or something, I think. Okay, so I can click on that now, and now we have a static payment link, and then I could go like, oh, did I leave my phone up there? I did leave my phone up there. I can go like stick this up on, in the tube station in Paddington, and then anyone who knows what Bitcoin is will be able to have a little flutter while they're waiting for their train, and they might have a chance of winning. So you have gambling, a casino and a QR code. All of these extensions are, we sort of made them, and then obviously tried to make them secure and everything, but then we sort of left them development-wise, so they could all be worked into. So we could work some provably fair stuff into this, so the person who is actually making the bet could be, they would know that the actual bet themselves were not there, but not going to rip them off, and that the odds are real. So what else are we doing? So one of the ones I like is Spotify Jukebox. So a lot of the development work and a lot of the momentum behind Lnbits came from the Lightning Hack days. And in one of the first Lightning Hack days in New York, this guy made this, I've forgotten his name, but his name is actually up there because we also give credit to people. Pyro B3. He made this really nice jukebox which just used the Spotify API, so you could make a Lightning payment and then it would play a song on someone's Spotify account. And I got in contact and they said, do you mind if we make this into an extension? He said, yeah, cool, you couldn't work on it, so I made it into an extension. But what's nice about it is, simply that. So you can, this morning, I put Spotify Jukebox here, which is a bit ugly, so make it dark, make it light. Add Spotify Jukebox here, give the jukebox name, which wallet it's going to use, and then price per track, and then, let's have a little demo, shall we? Let's go to that wallet, price per track, 20 sats, continue. And then there's some instructions here on how to connect it to the Spotify API. You go through that process, and then once you've gone through that process, you have a nice little QR code you can put in your bar on the wall. People could scan, and then they can go to a nice jukebox front end. Oh, fail. Oh, that might be because, in fact, I don't think I have Spotify open on my phone. I'm going to run over here quickly and grab my phone because I think I need it for my demo. So if I have internet, which I hope I do, I might not. No, I don't, so I can't show you, that's annoying. So basically, because Spotify isn't open on my phone, because my phone hasn't got any internet, then, because the internet in the hotel decided to go down just before I talk, it means that I can't actually open the jukebox and do the demo, but there we are. So basically, there's a UI, and then you can select a song, and then you can pay some sats, and then it will play that song. And all you need is your phone, a Spotify account, and an Lnbits wallet, which you obviously should run yourself, but you could use somebody else's Lnbits installed. That's absolutely fine. What other extensions have we got, which I'm quite excited about? Point of sale. So we have a simple point of sale extension. This is one of the first extensions. It's made by Tal, one of our developers, one of our main developers. And it's just the ability to easily spin up. Say you've got a friend, they've got a cafe, and they just want to accept Lightning payments. Really nice and simple. Okay, I can connect it to this wallet. I can select a currency to denominate in, so let's say euros. A new feature, as I said, all these extensions can be worked into a little bit. A new feature somebody PR'd recently is the ability to add a tip wallet as well, so your bar staff can actually have their own wallet and send tips to it from the same wallet. And then you can have different tips, so sort of 5%, 10%, 20%. And then create TPOS. I've got two cafes I made. This is a Euro one. And now, this here is just a simple point of sale, again completely responsive, so it looks nice on the phone. And then you can just, in fact, if you click on the sort of share link, you could again have this QR code in the till of your bar. If someone comes in and wants to pay in Bitcoin or Lightning, they can just scan it, boom, they'll get this. I can't have the internet, so I can't show you, but they'll be able to get this on their phone, and this is completely air-gapped from the wallet, so you can't get any details about the wallet from this point of sale. It's denominated in a local currency, and then because we have the ability to add a tip as well, now they can also add the tip to it, and then it generates a payment link, somebody can pay the payment link, and then the tip will go to the wallet or the wallet you just associated to through that one payment, which is pretty cool. It'll split the payment across. It's very nice. What else we got? So I do videos on some YouTube tutorials, occasional panel discussion, things like that. And I really wanted a simple video tipping platform where I could just easily spin up a video feed which I can plug into OBS and then plug into my YouTube channel thing, and then we could have a tip QR code on the screen, and we could also have a live price feed. And I'm hoping that the WebSocket, which connects, there we are, there's a live price feed coming on. And then with that, if somebody pays that QR code, then it generates a GIF to happen on the screen, so that people get real world feedback, which is pretty nice. So what I'm trying to say is there's just infinite possibilities when it comes to these extensions. We realised early on that, I made one of the first LNURL faucets, I think maybe the first LNURL faucet on the internet, and people were using it for lightning stuff. And there was all this, we were reproducing all this code. So the basic of any lightning application, you have a wallet which is connected to a node doing some things, and then you have that little slither of functionality on top. With Lnbits, we can just build that little slither of functionality on top of that wallet's account system, where each wallet has its own API, and that's all kind of taken care of. What else have we got in here? We've got a user manager. This is good if you want to use Lnbits in your stack. That's something which a lot of people do, where, again, if they want to make an application, if you make a lightning application, then it's quite likely, and you're connecting it to your node, it's quite likely you're going to have like a dozen vulnerabilities which everybody else has had. Well, we've addressed those in Lnbits somewhat, so if you include it in your stack, you know that there's some of those issues have been addressed. Maybe there's some other ones we don't know about. We have our demo servers in the wild. They've got funds on there, and they've been attacked, for a good couple of years now, and we've been able to start, building resistance to some of those attacks, which is nice. So you can trust that there is, some hardening which has happened there. There's an events extension, so if you have an event, you can, easily issue tickets, and then people can pay for the tickets, and they get a ticket, and they can scan the ticket at the event. All these wonderful extensions. Now, so that's currently where we are, and then it's like, well, where are we going to go? For me, I have my local cafe where I live, my little village, and the owner of that cafe, he kind of likes Bitcoin, but and we talk about Bitcoin sometimes, but I've never told him what I do. And he has a real world premises, so really I should be shilling, trying to onboard him, but it's just not ready. The experience isn't ready for him. And I think the experience for him is he has an Lnbits wallet using my install, so he doesn't have to install anything himself. This is the initial first experience which I think he should be exposed to. An extension which a guy called DNI is working on, which I'm very excited about, is using bolts.exchange, which Thomas mentioned before for submarine swapping. So what we can now do, once this PR gets merged, what we can now do with the bolts exchange extension is I can set a cap on my cafe wallet, and then say when there's 50 euros in that cafe wallet, it will just automatically loop out to an on-chain address. So for that cafe owner, their security risk of using me as a custodian is like 50 quid on Lightning. And so as soon as that gets to you can set the cap to anything. As soon as it gets to an amount they feel uncomfortable with, it can just loop out to on-chain. And then it's like, okay, well if it's looping out to on-chain, where are they going to send it? They're going to send it to Kraken. They're going to send it to, they're going to send it to their Trezor. Can I give that guy in the cafe, literally give him a hardware wallet which costs like £5? I could just give it to him because it's a trivial amount of money. The security obviously isn't going to be amazing on this hardware wallet I can give away. I'm giving him a hardware wallet for Christ's sake, but it's enough for maybe like $1,000 or whatever. So then it's like, well, can they manage that hardware wallet in Lnbits as well? So one of the new extensions, which I'm very excited about, and has been worked on by one of our developers, Vlad, is the on-chain wallet. So with the on-chain wallet, you can give the on-chain wallet an XPub, and then it will scan for, so I've got a Woohoo wallet here, which is an XPub. I got Enzi's XPub he gave me before, thanks Enzi. And then here are all Enzi's funds, and these are all the addresses where we've got funds. And then if we look in the history here, then we have transactions in and out. And then actually, it's scanning the blockchain currently to scrape all those addresses to calculate how much money we have. if we go to coins here, we can actually do coin selection to make a payment. So I can select a bunch of coins here, and then I can pop in a Bitcoin address there. I've got a Bitcoin address. I can pop in a Bitcoin address there, and then I can generate a PSBT here, a partially sized Bitcoin transaction using my XPub, which means that now I've generated that there, I can plug in my cheap little hardware wallet, and then over web serial in the extension itself, I can send that PSBT to my hardware wallet, sign the transaction, send it back, broadcast it, all from the extension. So this originally was a very basic, you gave it an XPub, it would generate addresses, and other extensions could make use of that and use on-chain funds. But now, as you can see, we're building into these extensions, we're working into them to make them a lot more functional. And I'm really excited about this. And as soon as we have more hardware wallet compatibility, and we're making PSBTs, then I think this is going to be a very functional, useful extension for that cafe owner. So now I can go into my the cafe and I can say, when this is ready, when the Bolts Exchange extension has been merged, I can go in and I can say, okay, here's your Lnbits wallet, here's your POS for your Lnbits, just accept Bitcoin on Lightning. When it gets to 50 quid, it's going to loop out onto this thing. Here's your on-chain funds. If it ever becomes a significant amount, send them to a proper hardware wallet, of course. But for a minimal, amount, this is okay to use. It's better than just having the funds on an exchange somewhere. And then there's that journey which I want him to be able to have. And then it's and this is where we're going to go. Where's Lnbits going next? And I think that one of the funding sources which we're adding, it's already added into Infinity actually, but we're adding into Legend now, is a cliche, which is a Morton fork. This is so it's a Lightning node, which, if anyone knows Simple Bitcoin Wallet, is able to use hosted channels in order for you to get instant inbound and outbound liquidity. It's a custodial solution, but instead of the funds being with me, and me being able to just manipulate the database and say, oh, well, all your funds are gone, there's nothing you can do about it. With hosted channels, there's a proof which somebody can take and say, look, this person ripped me off, Lnbits ripped me off, or OpenNode's node ripped me off, whatever, wherever they're getting those hosted channels. So that's something I'm very excited about. So then it's you have all these different options for custodianship, and you can have that journey to the self-sovereign individual where they start off with this thing, this platform, but then for them to be able to install this themselves, it becomes trivial, and you don't have to install a whole big, massive Bitcoin node. You can start with a light node, and then if they want to, they can swap out that light node. They can pop in C Lightning, Bitcoin Core, and they can go full self-sovereign, have a nice RaspiBlitz in their office, and they can have that journey to, that onboarding journey. But the front end for the people working in the cafe, it's all the same. It's just a point of sale, and then for whoever's managing the books, they can use the on-chain hardware wallet. So a lot of development happening on Lnbits, very interesting. Something which I was quite keen on is using Lnbits in a way where it's reproducible. Okay, so I met Matt, who's going to come up and talk in a second, at a conference, and we started talking about Nix, and then he kind of onboarded me onto the idea of Nix, and then Matt's been working to make Lnbits available on Nix. So there's this great library of Bitcoin applications called Nix Bitcoin, which is by Jonas Nick and a bunch of others. They've been working on it for 3 years, I think now, 3.5 years. And it's a nice collection of Bitcoin software where all this software is reproducible. And then, so this is something which I'm very keen on making Lnbits, and Matt's been working on making that possible. And now he's going to come up here and he's going to chat about Nix, and he's going to show how easy it is to use Nix to make reproducible Bitcoin nodes, and why reproducible Bitcoin nodes are important. So I'm going to share my talk with Matt, so we can talk about Nix. I think it's a very important point. And again, it's another for us an exciting development in that we have a version of Lnbits which you can use with Nix. So yeah,
no microphone stand, it's going to be awkward. You can just hold the mic if you want.
Am I going to be that mic holder?
Yeah.
I'll do my phone. So. Yeah. You both hands, you use both hands, don't you?
Yeah,
We'll do this.
Ben into knocking more than microphone holding up.
I've been made more obsolete.
Just need to mirror the screen. Yeah, does that work? I'm just going to look down to the mic and speak into it.
That does work, yeah, that works.
Alright, that's good enough. I'm happy with that. So, I'm going to say the N word a lot in this talk, so try not to get offended. So, what is Nix? Nix is a reproducible software build system, and it was originated in a thesis written by a guy called from the Netherlands, and it enforces reproducibility in software. Because most software claims to be reproducible, but in fact, if you put it to the test with Nix, it turns out not to be, because the program wants new inputs when it builds, and it doesn't define all of its inputs that it wants ahead of time. Inputs are like, let's say, libraries or pieces of code that it needs, so just go and fetch it from the internet. So if you use a system like Docker, a Docker file is not a reproducible build system. A Docker file is a repeatable build system, which means you can do the same steps, but it doesn't guarantee that you'll get the same results when you package it up and give it to people. So Nix sort of changes that, and I've used it to great effect in Lnbits, and I've made a little project over the weekend, in the hotel room yesterday, I should say, called Lnbits, which is looking to be a sort of proof of concept replacement for RaspiBlitz, and we can maybe transition into using Nix to build that sort of stuff. So it will build like a whole operating system image for a Raspberry Pi, and then you'll just flash it to an SD card, plug it into a Pi, and then it'll boot up, it'll run C-Lightning, it'll run CLBOS, it'll run Lnbits, or you name it. And I'm going to show off some of the code that actually implemented all that, and it's going to be remarkably simple. So, first thing I'm going to show you is a basic derivation in Nix. A derivation is the recipe to build the software. So, it's not a bash script, it's a functional domain-specific language called Nix, and here's what it looks like, got a Pascal syntax. So, I've picked on Fiatjav's trusted coin extension to C-Lightning, which is an extension that just goes and looks up blocks on explorers and sort of collects a list of those explorers and sort of trusts things without you having to run your own node, just by gathering an average, of trust between tons of explorers. So that way you don't have to run your own node. And he says in the README that he doesn't recommend doing this sort of thing, but it's just a piece of code that I'm picking on to show off how I built it with Nix. So this is a flake.nix, which is like the entry point to the Nix code. It's the main.c, it's the start of all the code. So you see here I'm pulling in Nix packages. Nix packages is where all the software is. There's like 80,000 packages in there. And I can just pull any one of them in using this functional domain-specific language called Nix. And here's the output function. I'm saying packages equals, go into this variable Nix packages here, go and get me the attribute legacy packages, and get me them for the architecture FT6 Linux. On line 5 there. And then I'm saying I want to advertise the availability of Trusted Coin. And what is Trusted Coin? It's a build go module. And the name of it, this is the function argument name, and then src is the current directory, because I cloned Trusted Coin and added this flake to it. And that's really it. And this is just the SHA-256, which is the result of something, like the content of something. Now, that happens to be the content of the vendor SHA. When you do a Go build, when you build a Go module, it produces a directory, and the hash of that directory has to be stored. Otherwise, the next time it builds, it could not be deterministic, and we wouldn't know if we didn't store it in this file. So if I just build that, Nix build.hashtag can do tab completion, trusted coin, and I'm going to have to rebuild it because I built it last week. It'll just immediately pop in the current directory. But I want to show you kind of what the build looks like. It's all cached in this Nix store here, which has literally tons and tons and tons and tons of paths. In fact, I thought I got scared there for a second because there's so many paths it might have actually crashed the presentation. But so each one of these paths is input addressed. So if I use a different library tomorrow, then the path for trusted coin in the Nix NIC store will be very different, which ensures no collision. So I could have hundreds of different variations of trusted coin with different libraries, different versions of Go used to build it, different compilers, everything. And it will never collide because it all goes into different paths, and the NIC store changes when you use different inputs. But if you use the same inputs, you get the same output, which is the important principle here. So that result exists, and inside of it, we've got a bin folder, and there's the binary, so that's trusted coin built with NICs. Make it a bit bigger. So yeah, let's build that again. Let's rebuild and just sort of show you that the build process does indeed happen. That's how it builds it. And that's not going anywhere for 20 years. Right, so NICs derivations, the National Archive in America used NICs to reproduce MySQL from 2013 because good luck compiling that from source today, right? But NICs has a track record of 20 years of reproducibility. You can go back and compile some of the earliest derivations. And I applied all of those principles to Lnbits by mid-PR. So I'm going to add NICs and poetry to the project. So it adds a flake.nix to the root of the project. You can do that same step for Lnbits, and it'll reproduce the same results on everyone's system. So if everyone here did that, it would produce the same result, and it continues to do so. Ideally until the end of time. I mean, things aren't perfect, but you know, it's going to be pretty good compared to a lot of other things. So I use that also to create Lnbits, which is going to, I'm just going to give a demo of it on here. So here's what the code looks like for Lnbits. So like I say, the flake.nix is the entry point. You go in. These are all the inputs. So we are dependent on NIC packages for all its 80,000 packages, which are all reproducible. We're dependent on Lnbits on my branch, where I nixified the project. This is the pull request. And Nix Bitcoin, made by Jonas Smith. And Nixos hardware, because we want to get a library of hardware work fixes, because the Raspberry Pi is, you know, proprietary as hell. So as a result, the wireless card doesn't work properly. So I need someone to instruct how to fix that problem. And there's just a Nix library that does that called Nixos hardware. So we've got a Nixos configuration, which is a place where we declare what services we want enabled. So if we want Nginx enabled or Lnbits, we just do services.lnbits.enable equals true, or services.nginx.enable equals true. And we can define everything like this in this language, this functional language. So what is a Raspberry Pi? In my case, Lnbits. Lnbits says that a Pi is an ARM64 machine, and it's going to import a list of modules. Modules are just basically paths to Nix code. So each one of these things is basically like an object, and I shove it in the list, and it's going to load them. And it's kind of hard and really abstract, right? But I'll show you what it ends up doing. So let's look at some of the examples. So let's say you want to write some Nix code to launch Lnbits when the Raspberry Pi boots. This is what it looks like. And when I build this, it's going to produce a 1 gigabyte compressed file that I'm going to download. I'm going to uncompress it. I'm going to flash it to an SD card. And I'm going to put it in the Pi. And it's going to boot, and it's going to be running Lnbits because of that code there. And the implementation of this is in the pull request I just referenced earlier. So here's the definition of the module that allows me to do what I just showed you. So I've made an option called services.lnbits, and I said enable is an option, and it's false to false, and it's typed as a boolean. And here's a description of what it does. Okay, and then here's how that gets used. So it's like if it's enabled by the user, create a user on the system that is the config.user, and config.user is and it's another option that can be set. User is an option, and it's a string, and it defaults to Lnbits, or create the user Lnbits. So you can see here we've got all of the instructions to add this software to the system and to remove it, which is really important because this makes Nix stateless. And what that means is that if I remove the line of code, let's say I do Lnbits.enable equals false. Now, when I do a Nix build, it will produce an image for the Pi that doesn't run Lnbits, right? And it's completely stateless, or let's say once it's booted, I've flashed the SD card, boots. I want to change the software that's running on the board without rebuilding the image and reflashing it. You can do that too, and there's no difference between those two things whatsoever. The result is going to be the same, and that is the nature of reproducibility. So, I flashed this yesterday because it would take too much time to work, so I'm just going to plug this in. Plug into the battery here. And I've got a hotspot on the phone, so that's going to, this little Raspberry Pi 400 here, it's going to boot up, it's going to run C Lightning and Lnbits, it's going to connect to the hotspot, and then I'm going to be able to go to that hotspot and browse it. But I don't know what port it's running on. So I could have set it here. I could have been like, okay, I want it to run on port 5000, and then it would have booted up and done that. Right? But I don't actually know what port it's going to run on, so I'm going to go into the Nix REPL, because this is a domain-specific language. Go to REPL, load the flake. We say Nixos configurations, which is now in scope, because that was defined in the flake. .py.config.services.lnbits, and it shows us all the options that we just set. So what port's running on? Port 8231. So the Pi probably is boosted now. Let's see if we can ping it over MDNS. No, it doesn't seem to have hooked up yet. I'm quite worried now because yesterday I had a power supply, and this is probably not working as a power supply for the Pi. Oh well. Hopefully you'll get the point. Sadly I couldn't demo that because I don't have a power supply for it, but yeah. Any questions?
We will do this after.
Yeah. Alright, thanks so much.
Because I think if you have a money node, it's actually quite important the software which is running on that money node. Like Lnbits, for example, we have a bunch of dependencies, and we try and obviously source good dependencies, well-maintained dependencies. But how do we know that one of those dependencies isn't just going to clone some file on our node, on our Bitcoin node, send it to some server somewhere? We don't really know that. So to have something where we have full control over the software, and that dependency can't, when someone pulls the latest Lnbits, isn't going to do that, is important. That we have this reproducible Bitcoin nodes, that we have something which you can rely on. And I think that's why I'm very excited about Nix, and that's why it's pretty cool that that's made it very easy to install Lnbits.
Oh, great, thanks a lot, Matthew and Ben. And now you're going to have Christian Rotzoll from RaspiBlitz. Small applause, please.
Thank you, Ben. Oh, we work without, no problem. All right, so let's see. All right, so welcome, and I'd like to give you a little bit peek view into the new release of RaspiBlitz 1.80. But for the beginning, I want to give you a little bit a general overview what kind of the RaspiBlitz project is, of course, for people that don't know. Just shortly, for my background, on Twitter I'm Rotzoll. You can say Roots for short, so it's much easier. A little bit more coming from the Berlin area, connected there to the Bitcoin meetups. Doing together with Fulmo, organizing events like the Lightning Hack Days, or we did the Lightning Conference some years ago. And one project that keeps me kind of awake a lot of nights is the RaspiBlitz project. And the RaspiBlitz project is about running Bitcoin and Lightning full node. Just maybe to clarify, a full node, because often you see people showing you those Raspberry Pis. It's got very popular to run one of those to run a Bitcoin full node. A Bitcoin or Lightning full node doesn't need to be a Raspberry Pi. So just for really, if you want to know, basically it depends for what purpose you run it. So of course, if you run it in a just industrial kind of setup, sure you will use a professional server setup with a good internet connection with very reliable hardware. If you come a little bit more from the personal area, like also a laptop is the classic Bitcoin full node, and basically, and this is what I recommend for a lot of people, if you really want to run a full node, just download Bitcoin Core on your laptop if you have the space available to download the complete blockchain, and then you also run a full node there. So a laptop and a Raspberry Pi are those kind of setups you normally choose for personal setups. Theoretically, you could use a smartphone also to run a full node. Basically, it's a little Linux or computer, so it could run. Basically, everything is in there. The storage capacity gets better with the SD cards. So maybe for the future, the smartphone could become interesting, especially if we look into kind of other countries where smartphones much more available hardware than laptops. This could be an interesting choice for the future, but right now, if you run a Lightning app, for example, on your smartphone, that's not a full node. That's basically just a client that connects to the rest of the network, does a little bit stuff, and then shuts down. It's more like a wallet, not a full node. So normally a Bitcoin full node itself doesn't need to be on 24/7, but if you then go into Lightning and you really want to run a Lightning routing node, your node needs to be on all the time, and this is why a little bit we tend to run something like a Raspberry Pi, because it's lower on power, so to have it all the time on, and your laptop normally you just shut down after a certain time. The RaspiBlitz is a do-it-yourself open source project, so these are the parts that you need to put it together. Basically all those parts you can order from Amazon or get it from your local computer store and just build it together. So you have a Raspberry Pi here, you put some cooling on there. A lot of people ask about, do I need an active fan, like because it gets hot? Like, no, just keep it like with this cooling setup here, that's fine. A fan can break or can get noisy. You need an SD card where you put then the RaspiBlitz software on. You put it all together. With the RaspiBlitz, you even put a LCD screen on there, so you get some basic information. You need a hard drive. We definitely recommend only SSDs. In the past, we used older hardware, older hard drives, but those break a lot, so don't use them. So get an SSD at 1 terabyte. A good power supply is important because if you lose power, you can get into troubles. But with those kind of parts, we have them on our website. There are parts that we recommend to use, and then you build it, you chop it all, you put it together, and then it looks a little bit like this. Set up a nice thing you can put on your desk, and the LCD gives you some basic information. What you have then on there running basically on the Pi, and we saw this with the Nix build here. Basically, you need some. You package software together. So basically, you have the Tor network client on there as a kind of base connection to the internet, so to say, and then you have the Bitcoin Core software installed, and then you have a Lightning implementation. And there are multiple Lightning implementations, and the RaspiBlitz you can now choose between LND from Lightning Labs and Core Lightning from Blockstream. You can even run them both at the same time if you really want to do this. But basically, it gives you the choice. We introduced with a recent update from a year ago, roundabout. And what you then do, then you have a basic setup. You have your Bitcoin full node, your Bitcoin Core, you have your Lightning, and then you can install additional apps on it that make it easier for you to manage your Lightning node. For example, Lnbits, we just saw in the last session, is one of those apps you can install and then run the RaspiBlitz with. Or even you have BTC Pay server. There's a long list of apps you can already use and make it easier for you to do what you want to do. The RaspiBlitz is not the only full node project out there. It got quite popular to run a full node, and that's really a good thing to see that really people get into the spirit to do it. And there's a lot of other projects that also offer you the possibility. Some of them are not complete open source, and you can make a long discussion how important this is for you. Basically, I think every way to start running a full node is a good way, so that's fine. But like projects like Umbrel are very popular because they have this fancy WebUI, and this was always a little bit what was requested. Just one takeaway about the nodes. If it's not your node, it's not your rules you're running your Bitcoin on. So maybe very lucky that this kind of code gets more and more into the conscious of people. Again, it's always fine. Start your journey. You will never be perfect, but just try. And if you at least get the idea to run a node, that's fine. For the RaspiBlitz, so the new in the past. So I can talk about the past now. That's nice. In the past, you only had SSH to the terminal to log into. So maybe not everybody opened the terminal on your computer. It's just what we saw also, like when on the last session, when you really have this very normally hacky looking screen where I need to really I can just type. There are no pictures basically. It's very scary for a lot of people to go this way. So it was always very technical because the whole project came from the Lightning Hack days. And it was very targeted to developers, for people to give them a platform to experiment and to add their new apps and their new scripts and to build it out. But it then got quite popular with a lot of people that are not that technical, that may be technically interested, but not the kind of developers, so to say. But it's very useful to have the people use the project because it gives a lot of testing. This is exactly what the app developers that adding the apps to the RaspiBlitz want. They want people testing their stuff. They want to get feedback from the community. And to get really good feedback, you need people to run it. And the RaspiBlitz wants to be a platform for for the community to try those things out. So we were very based with this terminal thing. So if I wanted to install it, I really had to open on my computer this terminal and SSH into the machine. Basically try to make it very simple for you. This little screen basically tells you exactly what you have to type in here. And then it basically guides you through, it takes you by the hand a little bit with all the kind of bash scripts we have in there, and then it puts you into such beautiful menus over here, like maybe some people know from the DOS times back in the 90s. Good times. But it was always fine to have, and I think for most people it worked. But it was always a little bit of pain for people that are not used to this and scared people to use the RaspiBlitz. So the idea was then we need a WebUI. So WebUI, you know, that you can control from your web browser your RaspiBlitz. And this was a bigger mission because, again, as I was telling you, there's all this crazy cool stuff. You can set up your node with Docker and make it cloud ready, whatever. And we just said, we just use all those bash scripts. That's nice. So bash script is just very simply telling the Linux system what to do. You just put Linux commands into a file, and then it configures. You do the configuration, you change the system, and all this stuff. So that was nice. But because we came also from the RaspiBold kind of a project, so this was really how do you set up the node yourself on the Linux terminal. And then we started to mix it in with a little bit some Python scripts. So we already a little bit started to do a little bit more programming languages there. But always the idea was to keep it low on external dependencies. Because you're running a node there, you're running hardware there, there's money on there. And you want to have the attack surface very low, and then your more dependencies, this is a little bit what Ben was talking about, the more dependencies you add, the bigger the attack surface gets. So with Bash it was, and in Python it was like quite small what you were adding, at least for the basics to run the RaspiBlitz. Of course, additional apps always already added their own kind of WebUI. So again, Lnbits is already in the browser. So once you have installed the RaspiBlitz, you could basically do a lot of stuff already with the WebUI. But the setup and then the basic management of the node, there was a WebUI missing. But everybody asked for that, so we were going for this. It was a longer journey. It took us about, I think, almost a year basically. But also don't worry if you like the SSH kind of thing and you like to be very close to the system and be hands-on. It's really like with your car, right? If you have your car, you want to open the thing and you want to get into the engine and be able to change everything. This will stay in RaspiBlitz always there, and you will always have all the crazy experimental features that people are adding. So don't worry, the SSH will stay with RaspiBlitz, but of course we wanted to have this WebUI. And to have this WebUI, we basically kept the system as it is, and then we're adding a section, a backend API to it, and of course there's so much work to do. I was very glad that Fusion 44 kind of started to say, okay, let's build this REST API on top of the RaspiBlitz system with Python and fast API. And this basically creates a REST API to control the Raspberry Pi, and there's also a lot of WebSocket communication possible, or server-side events basically. And then when you have this backend, of course, then you need the web UI. We need a graphical interface that people then use in the browser. And for this project, kind of to go, we chose React.js with Tailwinds, and this is Christoph Stenglein was putting his time into it. I'm so very thankful for all the time all those people were helping out so that we can get there. And the good thing is, because it's modular, now with the backend API, there could also be other projects just using the API now to maybe control the Raspberry Pi over another interfaces. For example, the new Touch UI for the LCD screen in the future will also utilize these possibilities. Let's take a look. So, this is where we're going. This is the new kind of admin dashboard that we have. It's very, very basic, and the idea is really to have it very reduced in the beginning, just have the very needed things there, and then we can extend step by step what we still need. And this is where we also need the feedback from the community. What are the next kind of features that you are missing and you want to have there? So, but basically what you see, you have very simple, you have a home screen, you have an app screen, and you have a settings section, and we choose dark mode. I hope everybody likes this and agrees with us. I think personally from my eyes, it's very, very nice to have. You see the section over here, just gives you basic information. What is my balance in general? What is my on-chain balance? What is my lightning balance? Then I have the classic kind of send and receive possibilities, open channel, list channels. We don't want to replace something like RTL. RTL is a very advanced web UI that you can use to manage your node of Thunderhub. We just want, the idea is to have basic actions available that you need to learn about how running a node. So the RaspiBlitz should provide you, should give you this journey, like to learn how to run a node. So the basic stuff should be there. But after I installed and sync the blockchain, I want to open a channel, then I want to send and receive funds, and then want to see a little bit what I have. And then I have also here the transaction history that I can see and get a quick insight what's happening on my node. Of course, it's very important what is my hardware is doing, what's the temperature, what's the CPU load, so how busy is the system, is there something running, blocking everything, so you can very quickly see information here. How is my disk space doing? How is my my RAM, if I'm still good on my memory there. And some connection informations. In the future, this will extend a little bit easier so that it also gets easier to connect your mobile wallets, for example, to your node. Then we have the apps section, which is kind of very basic, what you also, I think, know from other WebUIs from node projects. Is the so basically you have this kind of app store-like idea. So you see all those little apps. If you click on info, you get a more detailed info on it, and you then click on install. And at the moment, the install process is really often a quite long process, because then we, in the background, we kind of trigger the bash script that is doing the install, and then it comes back after time and tells you it's installed or not. But basically, you have the App Store now here. And again, this is not everything that is because I think we have over 20 special scripts and apps on the RaspiBlitz that you can use when you are in the SSH kind of world, in the terminal world. The idea is now to put more and more just the established apps that are kind of ready for a little bit more beginners or starters to really have them available here. And the idea is really to have in the SSH kind of section more really the experimental, very experimental scripts. So if you're a developer and have an idea, you still can put it very easily into the RaspiBlitz, have it available for in the SSH menus. But once it gets kind of more developed and then tested out, it can then come to the kind of WebUI world. Here, the settings is not much at the moment, but it's basically basic stuff should be there. You can set your language, you can do the set your passwords, reboot, shutdown. That's kind of basic, but to be kind of improved in future versions. Because we were seeing let's just skip this. Of course, what you just saw was the web admin kind of section. The whole more other journey you are on is kind of the whole setup of the system. And it all starts in the beginning. You remember we had all those. This was the original way how you do it. You SSH in and set it up. But now you have the little. When you just put everything together, you start the RaspiBlitz software. On the LCD screen, it will now tell you like, oh, you can go to the browser or you can go to the terminal and set it up your way, how you want it. What you can see is this is an HTTP. It's not HTTPS. So the communication is not secured at the moment. It's still a little bit what we're still searching for a good solution here. Maybe input is very, very much welcome because it's not hypercritical. Because what you do is you have you run this hardware in your local network, and there's your laptop. Normally in your local network, it's just in your home. Normally it should be safe. There should be no evil people there. But it's still something you're in a privileged situation, right? You have your home, you have your local network. Some people that maybe don't have this, they're sharing a big Wi-Fi maybe with a lot of other people. So there could be really people you don't trust in this network. So setting up a node this way is maybe not the best. For those kind of situations, I still kind of recommend to do the SSH, but because this at least is an encrypted communication. The going with the web browser is at the moment recommended for GUD if you really know you are in your personal home and it's just your network that you're using. And how to add there, like HTTPS, there are some ideas, but if you have some, please come to me and let's talk about it. Also from other projects, you also maybe know this kind of, I just put something like .local in the browser, but that's always nice because then I don't need this IP address here and then put this into the browser. But OpenOMS kind of recommended not to do this. We were a little bit split there. I was a little bit like, it's for the UX, come on, people want this. And then he was saying, no, if you boot up the system, it will kind of tell everybody in the local network, I'm RaspiBlitz. Hey, come on, I'm fresh RaspiBlitz. So, and that's maybe not the best idea. Again, if it's not your home, you may be in a wider network where you're sharing your connection and you don't want to advertise there. It's still a discussion going on. So far we decided to not offer it, but it's also a discussion you can join if you like. The good thing is, and this is this is something that really separates, I haven't seen this in other kind of systems, is really, we build it multi-language from the beginning. So you can switch your language, especially though during the setup. So you switch on the RaspiBlitz, you go into the WebUI, and then you can really select your language. And we used a web blade for this. So this is kind of a framework or a platform where you can kind of even cooperate with people that are not programmers. So you really can, if you want to help out and translate the RaspiBlitz into a special language or into your local language, you can just join there and you will find on WebBlade, you can make an account and you can go there, start a new language or help on an existing language. So you see we have English, of course, is the default. German is 50% already kind of done. French seems to be kind of very popular. Somebody is very much working on a French translation. But also we have Italian, Niederländisch, Norwegisch, Portugiesisch, Spanish, Ungarisch. Those are the Hungarian, those are the kind of languages we have right now. And I think, again, the node should be a starting node for people, and to have it in your local language is, I think, for a lot of people very helpful to start in. So I hope this is a very nice feature, very kind of proud on that we did this decision, and it's very open for you, for everybody that's not a programmer to join here and to help out to make the experience better for new beginners. And there's also, now that we are having a web UI, and I don't see this much in other node projects, so I think the RaspiBlitz is very welcoming to this kind of idea, is to put more information here to teach and explain about running a node and all the little details. So if you're a content producer or somebody really putting good tutorials together, again, doesn't need to be a programmer, just somebody that understands the technology and wants to help other people to also understand it, you're free. Let's come together and see what we can add into a web UI on kind of media for helping people to understand it. This could be podcasts, maybe with backgrounds information, or some YouTube kind of style videos. We have to see where we host it, how we link it. But basically, there's no multimedia content possible to include into this web UI. So let's start to turn beginners into pro users here, and while they're having a hands-on experience. So that's at least one wish for me for the future here. But let's talk about OpenOms, because again, the kind of main people maintaining the RaspiBlitz project is me and OpenOms. And OpenOms posted recently some tweets. I just wanted to kind of give it for wider discussion. We can maybe talk about a beer about this if you're interested in one of those topics. But he sees kind of multiple things at least wanted to mention. How long on time? Just to see that I can a little bit. Okay, so this should be fine. So basically, there is one thing is the laptop thing. Again, I showed you in the beginning. It's even called RaspiBlitz, so it's the Raspberry Pi is basically in the name. But more and more, we're coming to the conclusion that it makes sense to also concentrate on the laptop again. To use a laptop as a hardware setup for running a node, especially if you look into countries. Maybe we saw it in El Salvador or other countries picking up the Bitcoin thing. So the Raspberry Pis are very hard to get. I mean, even here in Germany or in Europe, you really have hard times getting a Raspberry Pi at the moment. But even in other countries, it's still expensive. But what you have is a lot of secondary hardware, that old hardware that's from 10 years ago or whatever, that gets very cheap distributed or even sent into other countries to get rid of the electro trash. So, and then basically we should concentrate a little bit more on this older hardware. How can we reuse it? And because the good thing is there is a battery in there normally. So if you have a power cutout, that's very normal in some situations. So power cutouts. We're very lucky. I have maybe power cutouts once a year or something. In other countries, it's regularly. So here's a battery in there. So if there's a power outage, you already have the backup system there, like maybe the system can shut down cleanly, you don't lose data and stuff. So this is very, very good. And it's available again. This is stuff that you can get and build together. So running the RaspiBlitz project also on standard laptop hardware is one topic. OpenOMS is very interested in and is doing a lot of things. Also the new version will have a tutorial helping you on setting it up on the laptop. And if anybody is interested in this kind of direction, very much welcome to improve the experience here. Other things OpenOMS likes to discuss, or at least put on the RaspiBlitz, or at least have as interested to put it on the RaspiBlitz, let's say this way. It's the peer swap project, to have really the possibility to not depend on services like sort of a little bit more centralized services like Loop and things like that. So peer swap, very interesting. Payment, definitely something very interesting. Maybe we hear later in the panel discussion we can talk a little bit maybe about that, because I think it touches also the idea of future of Lightning and onboarding people kind of very cheaply. So the Fediment Fairway eCache system here to have in there. Dual funded channels as a part of the protocol. That's maybe not a RaspiBlitz topic, but open OMS in general. So those kind of topics I think are very also very interested to see in the future for RaspiBlitz, and again, it's a community project. Anybody who likes to cooperate on this or adds this here, let's talk and have a beer afterwards. Okay, thank you so much.
Out there, and if they detect you, they will immediately cannibalize you. And so Ethereum is a dark forest, and if you've heard of maximum extractable value, this is what's happening in Ethereum. Front running, sandwiches. So front running is when you put a transaction in the mempool and the bots recognize it, and they'll put another transaction in with a higher gas cost so they can take your profit. Sandwiching is when they'll put transactions before and after your transaction so they can arb that. And there are sandwiches of sandwiches and other things happening. And it's all because of the crappy design of Ethereum. So you have this because of the public mempool where all your data is public and all the contracts are public and anybody can copy anything. And it's not really DeFi. We call it DeFi, but it's centralized. There are governance structures and people working on this, and everything is actually centralized, which leads to bad actors and rug pull, magic carpet coin, you know, that kind of thing. So even proof of stake is going to make this worse. So I just don't see a positive future for DeFi there, but there probably is a better way, and we can do that probably with Lightning. And if you think about Lightning, it truly is decentralized. So we have this infrastructure here where we can do some true decentralized financial things. So if you look at the basic architecture of a Lightning node, you've got a full Bitcoin node running there, and then you've got the Lightning node running all the Lightning protocol. And you can extend that if you just imagine that you would take that out and extend it to other blockchains. So there's no reason a Lightning node can't run Lightning on Ethereum or whatever chain you want to run. And you have the full service, and each one has its own peer-to-peer network for communicating the protocol of the chain or of Lightning. So we can make use of all that to build some interesting DeFi architecture. And actually it's being done. So if you look at all of these chains, Litecoin, Zcash, Raiden is on Ethereum, they all are building Lightning capability, but nobody's put it all in one node. So you basically can run a Lightning node that's a Litecoin node, but then it won't talk Bitcoin. It'll only do Litecoin channels. And the trick is to have one that can do a Litecoin channel and a Bitcoin channel. And then you have an FX capability. So you can then change by receiving Litecoin on one end, you can send out Bitcoin on the other. So then you need a couple things in this Lightning daemon. You would need rate setting, where you can configure the FX rates or have them configured for you. You would need a discovery mechanism, so you can figure out which nodes are offering to FX which coins and at which rates, so you could figure out how to route through that. And you would need a FX fee mechanism in addition to the routing fees. So this is what your node becomes. This is your Lightning node now. It's not just taking money in and sending money out, it's a little exchange. And if you look at how that works, let's say Alice wants to pay Bob, Bob wants ETH, Alice is a Bitcoiner, she can send this through Charlie, who runs a Bitcoin rating node, and he converts the Bitcoin to ETH, which then gets routed to Dan, who has an inbound channel to Bob, so he can get his ETH. So it's your basic FX, but done in a decentralized transaction. You can do some other cool things. If Alice just wants to get ETH for her Bitcoin, she can just route that through a transaction that loops back to herself. So she can send out Bitcoin, goes to Bob, who turns into ETH, and then Charlie has inbound liquidity to her in ETH on an ETH channel, so she can get that back as ETH if she wants. You can also, with Zcash, you can route it through a privacy hop. So you could actually send, and it becomes a mixer. You could send your coins out, route them through a Zcash hop, and then get them back, and you've broken that connection because it's gone through Zcash. Zcash uses Bolt, which is an offline transaction, they're blinded offline transactions in their Lightning implementation. So there's lots of things that you can do in this Lightning configuration that people do in DeFi, but this is truly decentralized. Then there are other things happening. There's 3 of 3 multi-sig channels, and this is like building on the idea of dual-funded channels. But this was done for IoT, so some researchers, the PDF is referenced down the bottom there. It's an academic paper if you want to read it. But they have figured out a 3 of 3 multi-sig so that an IoT device that's not capable of running Lightning can actually have a channel with 2 nodes that manage it and a 3 of 3 signature so it can spend its money making micropayments using Lightning. But you could also take this a step further and say, okay, I want to just provide liquidity to Lightning, but I don't want to run a node. So 3 of 3 allows me to do that. I can be the liquidity provider, and the 2 nodes can manage the channel. And this will split the burden of running a node and providing liquidity into 2 different jobs. And with what I just described on bringing in other chains, Lightning can then suck up liquidity from all the shitcoins and take all that liquidity and put it in the Lightning network. So if you look at that, it's pretty straightforward. Say Alice and Bob have channels. Charlie wants to provide liquidity, so he provides a channel between Alice and Bob where he funds the channel. The transactions then go through Alice and Bob normally, and they can handle that, but using Charlie's money. And he has a signature on it, so they can't take his money. When the channel's closed, Charlie gets his funds back. Pretty straightforward. If you look at how this works, there are other things you can do. Suppose that there's a transaction that frequently goes through Bob to get to Charlie, Alice to Bob to Charlie, and you identify that as a liquidity provider. You can then, oops, how do I get back? You can then drop a channel directly and take advantage of that because you're optimizing the network and providing liquidity where it's needed. So you drop a channel between Alice and Charlie directly, and those transactions that you were observing would be routed directly to Charlie. Okay, so Dan can do that. And then you have joint provisioning. So this is like a dual funded channel, but you could actually group a number of liquidity providers together, fund a channel, and you can get some really big channels that way if you did that. So there are all kinds of things that we could do here that would make DeFi really interesting on Lightning. If you look at it, when you drill down, there's a lot of game theory that's going to have to be done here, and it's quite complicated when you start looking at the details, obviously, as everything is. It's interesting and simple at first, but the details make it complicated. So if you look at this case where Charlie is providing 20 million sats, for example, to a channel, and then Alice and Bob are transacting with that channel, you need to be aware, and doing this requires that the node operators become credit risk managers. So they have to understand what their counterparty node on the other side of that channel has in terms of on-chain and on-Lightning balances, so that they can manage the risk when that channel is closed and the transactions in it. And this all has to be done in scripts. So if they transact for a while, and after that you have 13 million and 7 million instead of 10 and 10, because money's gone out and in on the ends, you can see that the balances are going to change. And in this case, when you close this channel, Bob actually owes Alice. If we take the presumption that Charlie gets his funds back because he provided the liquidity, you have a situation where Bob has to pay Alice 3 million sats to make up for the difference in the funds that transacted there. Because the balance on chain is available, that can be done in the channel closing transaction and can be settled out normally. It could also be settled with a circular rebalance. So if you didn't want to close the channel, you could just rebalance the channel and make sure you're keeping the liquidity in the right place. If you have a multi situation, it actually is better. It seems more complicated and intuitively might be worse. But if you have a multiple provider situation where actually the nodes participate and the liquidity provider participates in putting liquidity in the channel, it reduces the credit risk. So if you have this situation where, for example, you have 10 million put in by Charlie and company, and you have 5 million each from Alice and Bob, then you transact. In this case, because that 2 million is needed to move over, you can settle that within the channel liquidity already. So you don't need to take it from an on-chain balance when you close the channel. So the credit can be managed within the funds that are provided by the node operators. So basically, in this case, you're using the liquidity provider to lever up. It's just leveraged. So building on this, if you look at it, there's obviously a lot of new features that we would need to build on, Taproot, DLCs, in order to do DeFi type arrangements. And everything is private though. When you look at how Bitcoin is architected and how it would be built, you're not doing on-chain transactions like Ethereum with public smart contracts. You're doing this with MAST and with DLC, and you're able to do complex DeFi things without having to show the world what you're doing. You're not getting front run because you're not dealing with a mempool. And you can also have private channels and private services that would be invisible to the general public. So this is where things like the mixing and whatnot can be very, very interesting. And with Schnorr signatures, you end up in a situation where opening and closing channels and look like normal Bitcoin transfers. So people don't see, wow, this is a complex DeFi thing that's being opened up and they're going to mix and exchange, etc. It's just a normal transaction. That's all you see. So it's pretty interesting, but there is a lot of game theory that's going to have to go in because there are edge cases where abuse can happen, and the credit risk management, for example, becomes like an extension of the watchtower type functionality that you use. So you'd be watching the other node, looking at what's the balance in the channel, what's the balance on chain, what's available when it closes, and if those parameters start to get out of whack, you either rebalance or close the channel right away.
Is that data leaking point for privacy?
it'd be the nodes watching each other. So, like, here's a case where that kind of comes in. If you want to do an algorithmic market maker, for example, you could do that with this setup, with two nodes here. One is the BTC buyer and one is the ETH buyer. The BTC buyer you load with ETH on his end of the channel, on a Raiden channel, and the BTC buyer you load, or the ETH buyer you load with BTC on his end of the channel, and then you make the outbound liquidity channels appropriate to do that. And then these two nodes would have to communicate with each other, so they share information, obviously. Here, your market making algorithm needs to be communicated between the two nodes, so that each one sees what the other one's doing, but they can observe those channels and see what the balance is, and then change the FX rate based on balance, which is what an AMM does. So you don't need Uniswap, you can just do it here with two Lightning nodes.
And that's a wrapped type of thing.
No, Raiden is native ETH. It's Lightning on ETH.
Oh,
Is this the question part of the talk?
We can go there. I expect some questions. So yeah. So I'll quickly get through, and then we'll have questions.
Sure.
So the cons are you need to share information through the peer-to-peer protocol. So there is some information exchange, and that protocol is latent. It's not as fast as one would like. You need the routing calculations to find the best route. So if I wanted to send funds, through several hops, I want to find the best FX rate if I'm going to FX those funds in that. So that's tricky to do. The open and close needs new scripts. So a lot of new scripts need to be developed and tested and gamed there. But the pros are that bots on this network that would observe that, people will build bots. It's inevitable. But they can bring in liquidity and keep the spreads tight. So you can actually get an interesting decentralized FX market. Truly decentralized, that's really important. And private transactions with no mempool. So this is a presentation of some ideas that I've been toying with for a bit of time now and thinking through. It's not built yet, and I'm actually not building it, but I want someone to build it because I want to use it. So, so if you have better ideas and you want to tear these ideas apart, I am here to have that happen. So that's why let's have those questions. And I'd like to give a shout out to Andy at Vector Finance, who's a DeFi guru, who also reviewed and made sure I'm not saying anything totally stupid and crazy here, and Jay, who also reviewed these ideas and enthusiastically urged me to do this talk. So, yeah.
mixers and such on-chain are quite sort of important, but there's a lack of a standard so that no one uses it except the nefarious people generally. And then, is there? I know that Lightning already delivers a lot of privacy on top, but is there a need for mixing so you get rid of timing attack, like timing sort of metadata, and just having, because it seems so cheap that it could just be circling around within different channels, liquidity, and is that needed? Is it a thing that would be useful?
I don't know if you need it. You can do it, so why not do it?
Yeah.
But
It's what?
just mixing is mixing only good for bad guys? And I would say, yeah, it's probably mostly good for bad guys. They're the ones who get the biggest benefit from it. But I think if privacy becomes something that is just built in, the world will be a better place. And there's Lightning has decent privacy on the transactions through the onion routing that it does. It's not perfect, and timing is interesting, so there's no delay there. You could programmatically delay transactions that take longer, but with random delays, so that you can not trace them based on what goes in and when it comes out the other end of the node. There's a project called NIM, I think Theo knows it quite well, that is improving on a lot of the issues in Lightning privacy. So there's some work going on there as well.
Excellent, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. So, no, when we're already talking about Lightning privacy, so frankly, until like, I don't know, not too long ago, I thought like, because everyone's like Lightning super private, and I was also, when I gave workshops and such, I was like, no, transmitting this message. And just until recently, like Lola, I think some of you know her, she was starting to shout like intensely about like, okay, we're building surveillance technology, So I started to do a little bit my homework on like the Lightning privacy, and I stumbled upon some like papers where it says like it's actually quite easy if you have like one node in the route to in 70% of the cases to know who the receiver of the payment is. Yeah, so I wonder where okay, so different questions. First of all, what does, also with a trampoline routing, like where are we, what does it, I mean, at the moment you say like there is 3 trampoline routes in the whole thing. What does it change if we had more trampoline nodes? What does it change for receivers, for example, that are currently leaking a lot of data, as far as I know? What does it change? And also, what is the data that trampoline nodes, on the other hand, are getting about the ones routing the payments? And in general, where do you see like Lightning privacy? Is it like, no, is it more or less like surveillance technology if there is like a couple of adversarial nodes? And I think it's not too difficult, no, to have several nodes in the network and kind of like be part of the routes. Yeah, so a couple of like.
Okay. I would say the devil is in the details. So first about, in general, I think privacy is a side effect of Lightning. It's not been, I mean, Lightning has been thought for scalability, but it's not advertised as a big mixing thing, but it actually is, just as a side effect. Now, regarding your question about trampoline, trampoline is a nascent technology, and we would like very much to see it adopted. It was created by Async, and of course, if you use Async, if you use Phoenix, then you are going to route through a single trampoline. So in that particular case, the trampoline knows everything. But the future idea for them, and now it's the present for us, is to have multiple trampolines in the route. This is especially useful if the recipient is not a trampoline wallet. If the recipient is a trampoline wallet, after all, you don't need to use multiple trampolines. But the thing is that we would like to see more people running trampoline nodes because in general it improves privacy because it increases the number of choices that you have in order to route your payments. If we have only 3 trampolines, of course, each of them is going to be picked in 1/3 of the cases. Yeah. And if you have a multiple trampoline route, then the first one is already chosen, so it's only 2 cases, only 50% of the choices. So please do run trampoline nodes if you want to. That would be really cool.
I guess as well, just like making Lightning nodes easier to run and to manage channels and things, it means there will be more Lightning nodes in the network, which then makes it harder to be able to map the network through analytics. And it's a bit like the on-chain stuff. Like there's assumptions on privacy early on, and then as soon as you start people analysing the data, it's like, okay, this thing isn't actually private. And you could look at Bitcoin as a surveillance technology for transactions, and you can do the same thing with Lightning. You're like, well, there's some assumptions we had early on because you're doing onion routing, all this stuff, that it's going to be private, like really private. And then obviously people do academic work, people do research, analytics companies build software, and then we're like, actually we can map this thing, and then we can put nodes in certain places, and we can do and then that's you're just fighting the battle, and it's the cat and mouse thing. You just have to then. We all just need to work towards making it more private by making the technology better, and hopefully on-chain will end up with, I hope one day we'll end up with privacy. But on Lightning, yeah, we could definitely make it more private by, I think, just making nodes easier to run and channels easier to balance, and having more nodes out there in the network.
Maybe just quickly, so, and I totally get that you have to see like which world we're coming from. When we're coming from the on-chain world, compared Lightning to that, it's a big step up. So of course everybody was excited about all the privacy benefits we're getting. But of course now we see people looking then, because you leave a chain, every coffee you would pay would be on the blockchain forever. It's terrible. It's really, I don't want to have every single thing I pay for every in the database I share with the rest of the world. And once it comes out, I belong to this address, everybody could know and then see other stuff. So that was basically a very terrible privacy situation. So we already stepped up a lot. And so now we're really talking about this very sophisticated attacks that people are not thinking about, and we have to see what are now the best things to do. And again, it depends. A lot of stuff depends which nodes you choose on the route. And as long as I'm as the payer, it's a bit with trampoline. It's an interesting discussion, but at least I have the option to be in control of my route. I can really choose the nodes I want to try to go over. And if there's a Facebook node, and if there's a big node or whatever, like it's very cheap fees, but it's a very big node, they probably have selling my data or something. So just as long as I'm in control in the driver's seat, it really gives me the options to find, really go through a kind of route nodes I connect personally at meetups or whatever. For now that are run by people that give me this privacy benefit. So it puts us into control. It doesn't give us privacy by default. So we have to take care and now be careful how we design and what nodes we choose and how we build the network.
And to add, I'm pretty familiar with like Chainalysis and Elliptic, TRM, these guys, and they are tearing these transactions apart and doing everything they can to reveal who's paying who and what the risk is. And there are some things that I find quite interesting because they build databases of which address tends to belong to which company or individual. Mostly it's companies, so they know when funds are going in and out of exchanges. And then they rate those exchanges, based on where they are and how compliant they might be. So like Coinbase is regulated, so they rate it as very low risk, but something out of the Seychelles will be rated as very high risk. And the other thing that they're doing that is skewing their ratings and is going to make institutions have difficulty dealing with Lightning is everything behind Tor they rate as high risk. So, and Lightning knows by default you want to run it behind Tor. So they're looking at the Lightning network as like a giant mixer and assigning that level of risk. And so transactions in and out of Lightning to regulated institutions are going to be flagged as high risk.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the same thing as you, basically that we come from the on-chain world, and so you might hear criticism about privacy over Lightning. They are all true, but it's a huge step compared to a situation where the data is publicly available, anyone can run this analysis, versus you have to actually record the data, you have to be on the, to listen to it, and then whatever you record is only trustable by you, because someone else is not going to trust your data, so you cannot share it unless they trust you. The second thing is there is more privacy feature coming to Lightning. For example, short channel ID aliases is going to improve privacy of receivers, and that we don't have it yet in Electrum, but that's on our to-do list. And that combined with trampoline is a huge improvement.
Hi. Thomas, you said that we should be running trampoline nodes, so what is the current state of things? Which nodes do support that, and are there any risks associated with that?
Yeah, the main problem is that you need to run Eclair. It's not supported by LND. The LND team and also the C Lightning team are interested. I saw a presentation of Christian Decker about trampoline, so and LND, they also said that they want to have it eventually, but it's not high on their priority list. And currently, what I heard is that Lightning Labs, they want to stop adding new features because they have too many bugs. They just want to consolidate the existing code base. So I don't think they are going to do that anytime soon. So you have to run an Eclair node. We also have implemented a Lightning node in Electrum, as a full node, but it's not production ready. We only use it for testing. So even for our trampoline, we use Eclair. The thing is, I recently published on my repo, a new repo in order to manage an Eclair node. So I hope it will make it easier, because the main problem with Eclair, people complain about the fact that it's not user-friendly, there is no user-friendly interface. So it's just a set of command-line tools that should facilitate the interaction with an Eclair node, and you can rebalance channels and see your channel, this kind on the command line. It's very basic, but this is what I use myself in order to manage our node.
Thank you. And about the risk associated with running a trampoline feature on your node? Are there any?
No. You might earn more fees than on a regular node, especially, trampoline is not yet final. The spec is not merged in the bolt, like in the Lightning bolt. So that means trampoline nodes are not advertised. Therefore, we have to hard code them in Electrum, and we are going to hard code nodes only if we find that they are reliable over time. So you would need to run an Eclair node for a little bit more than 1 month, I would say. Maybe 6 months or a year, so that we can trust you that you are committed enough to that. Because when things are hard coded in the client, if they don't work, it really sucks.
You do like a all-man's trampoline where you just use a custodial service for your, so say if you're buying some drugs on the dark market and you don't want to have that money go straight to your node, use some custodial thing like Wallet Satoshi, and then pay yourself from Wallet Satoshi to do like a all-man's trampoline to somebody else's node, just for that one payment, just as a user custodians. And I'm quite interested in that, the idea of like these scrub services where funds go into some custodian service, but just for a moment, and then they get forwarded somewhere else. And I think it would be quite interesting way of like mitigating some of that risk of having a transaction going from you to somebody else through the network, which is kind of easier to analyze. I think you split the funds up too as well to kind of shake this out a little bit, almost trampoline.
Hi, allegedly 5 drugs. I wanted to, can you tell us what's trampoline? Because everyone's talking about it, and I don't think everybody knows.
Yeah, okay, I had a few slides about it before.
It was real early, sorry.
Yes. So, trampoline is to Lightning what SPV is to blockchain. So that means you don't have to download the full graph of the Lightning node. You just delegate pathfinding to another node, and that node has the same interest as you because they get a share, they get a fee. I mean, they are on your path, so you know the path between your node and them, and you know that they are trampoline, and it's like a nested onion. So you can create a route with multiple trampolines, and so you just, in your onion, you will have trampoline A, sorry, trampoline 1, trampoline 2, etc., to the recipient. And each trampoline then is going to find a route to the next trampoline. But they only know about that route, that part of the route. They don't see the sender and the recipient, except if they are in the first, I mean, the first trampoline and the last trampoline. So if they are both the first and the last one, as in there is only one trampoline in the route, then of course they know both the sender and the recipient.
Okay, cool. Also, people talk about privacy and Lightning, and I was just thinking, like, what's a real simple example of how I just like make my Bitcoin private using Lightning? Because like anyone can answer it, because people just keep saying it.
Yeah.
So like, how do I use Coinbase or something, and I have a credit card, but I want to do like, I want to allegedly buy stuff. So what are the steps? Are there any alleged steps, or like how do I?
I'm not advertising this as a. You can use submarine swaps in order to submarine swaps. So you open a channel to a random node on the Lightning Network. You exchange the funds in the channel for on-chain funds, and the on-chain funds are going to come from different nodes. There will be no correlation on the blockchain between the UTXO that you send and the UTXO that you receive. So yeah, somebody recently tweeted a comparison of CoinJoin and the submarine swaps from the perspective of a blockchain explorer. It was retweeted by Wasabi. So that on the left side there was a black rectangle, you saw that, yeah, and on the right side there was a CoinJoin transaction. So yeah, I mean there is no track on the blockchain if you use submarine swaps. But of course, yeah, all the criticism about Lightning are still there.
Yeah, it would have been my question as well, like how to, like what would be the actual steps, like whatever, I have Bitcoin on the dresser, and yeah, how to break, like yeah, what are the actual steps?
The steps to do what?
I guess I think in these two examples, do you have a Lightning node running? Like, no, you don't have a Lightning node running. That's step one. Well, maybe it's not step one. So you want to pay for something with Lightning, and you have funds on Coinbase, you have them on Trezor. There's Bolts. I think you mentioned Bolts, didn't you? In your talk for the submarine swaps, right? Was it Bolts Exchange?
Yes.
Yeah.
There is a Bolts Exchange.
Yeah, Bolts Exchange is very good. So basically, with something like Bolts, you can send on-chain funds and then get Lightning, right? So say if you're using a wallet, I don't know, like Simple Bitcoin Wallet, for example, which is a very good Lightning wallet, by the way, you could receive the Lightning payment. So you could send on-chain funds, then receive a Lightning payment, receive the Lightning into your wallet, and then you could go buy whatever you want to go buy. So the assumption here would be that you're not running your own Lightning node, which you should run your own Lightning node, but a lot of people don't, and that's fine. And if they don't, then you can use the submarine swap service like Bolts, and you can do a four-man trampoline. Just get Wallet Satoshi to buy those things from that website for you, and use their service to send the funds from. You exchange it through the Bolts exchange to Wallet Satoshi, and then buy the things with the Wallet Satoshi, and then you're pretty clear, I think, when it comes to traceability of where the funds ended up.
Yeah, basically, because you asked really like what are the beginning steps you can do. I mean, there's not a really the perfect solutions to it all yourself, but that's not the answer you want to hear. So I think the one basic thing, if you have a Trezor, if you have hardware wallet, and you have some coins there, just get one of those very comfortable apps, Lightning apps like Moon, Phoenix. So then just put funds on there. So send yourself some coins there, and then you pay services from that app. It's still, of course, you have still this app there. You leave data traces there. But again, you at least don't have this footprint on the blockchain. So for example, if I pay my VPN, I really like to pay my VPN over Lightning. I use Mulvat, the service. It's quite good VPN from my kind of perspective, and they accept Bitcoin, so I could pay Bitcoin directly to them. But I choose a service. I hope they integrate Lightning directly, but I choose a service that I pay with Lightning, and they credit then some kind of days to my account. And I really like this, and I even then use this paying website over Tor. This is very kind of nice setup and to do. So basically, then there's no trace directly, other than maybe Mulvat is even or that service is recording some stuff, but that's very different attack vector than leaving a footprint on the blockchain forever.
I mean, it was I did my talk on Lnbits before. We will have it in an extension of Lnbits using vaults. It's very powerful. So you can we'll be able to set like a threshold in a wallet, and then when it hits that threshold, I've spoken about in my talk. When it hits the threshold in a wallet in Lightning payments, you can just loop out to an on-chain address. And I think, yeah, these submarine swap things and trampolines are very powerful tools. They just need to be kind of more accessible and easier to use, I guess.
And be careful what other software you're using. You know, for example, Coinbase recently admitted that their wallet app collects information on where you are, and they sell that information. So you might be trying to get the perfect transaction privacy, but you're blowing your privacy somewhere else in whatever you've got on your phone. So be very careful.
All right, so any more questions?
Yes, a question for Thomas. I think you said that when you, in this new feature in Electrum, when you want to rebalance channels, each of the channels has to be in different company node. Is
Yes.
it true? Why? What is the limitation then?
Well, we could lift that if we decided that this is not going to be a trampoline payment. But basically, if you send over trampoline, you can choose which. Let's say you have multiple channels with the same trampoline. You can perfectly choose which channel you use. But on the receiving side, if you have multiple channels with the trampoline is going to choose which channel to use. So you cannot really do anything about that.
I see. It's because the software that runs the trampoline nodes, basically it chooses the channel.
Yeah, yes. But it doesn't, it doesn't make a lot of sense actually to rebalance. If you have multiple channels with the same trampoline, you can view this as a big channel.
That's right.
So that's interesting. What else do you know much about hosted channels? Have you looked into hosted channels at all?
Not much.
Not much. Okay. Just wondering if you have any input on that.
As in custodial?
No, hosted channels. So it's kind of an innovation from the Lightning wallet. The same people who wrote Simple Bitcoin Wallet, and then it's like how do people get instant inbound liquidity, you know, when they spin up a Lightning wallet on a phone, for example, without opening channels. How do you do it in you don't want to do it in a completely custodial way, so they don't want to be custodial of firms. What you can do is you can use somebody else's, who has a big fat channel, Lnbits, for example. They can make hosted channels available, which you can then use. And then there's no on-chain fee to set up that channel. So suddenly, creating these channels becomes very cheap. And it's still custodial, but if Lnbits then rip you off, you have a proof that they've ripped you off, which you can take publicly and you can go complain to them. So I was just wondering if you had much input on whether that could improve privacy in some way by leveraging and using hosted channels, maybe.
Can you just quickly say on your slide was not your channels, not your sets? And if you have hosted channel, I think the question is a very quick answer.
Yeah, I think that's a no-go for us, for Electrum, because of what Christian just said. We don't want to expose users to this kind of risk. But of course, I also realize that in order to really scale, you have, in a way, you have to go completely off-chain, because not everybody in the world will be able to open a channel every day. So yeah, maybe there is something to be done there. It's just that at the moment, with Electrum, for me, I don't want to host channel or to take the responsibility of someone else being a custodial, even if it's a custodial for just 30 minutes.
Then I suppose like the issue would be that, you know, if you've got a community bank in a village, and then do you want everybody to run their own Lightning node, and like how feasible is that? Whereas, so the people who are working on the simple Bitcoin wallet, they have a single standard, so that's very interesting, where you can have a Claire with a plugin, and then that plugin does hedging to an exchange, so you can kind of keep stability. Everyone has a forked version of simple Bitcoin wallet, and it could be denominated in British pounds or USD or whatever, and then it keeps its stability. But the Eclair wallet, and then you're using hosted channels on the Eclair wallet, and the Eclair wallet is then doing this. Sorry, the Eclair node, and the Eclair node is then doing hedging. So it's powerful, but it's like how feasible is it for everybody to run their own Lightning node in the village?
Are you talking about Tahoe?
No, I'm not talking about Tower. No, this is a very unknown project by the people who do simple Bitcoin wallet. It's very good standards, that's really, yeah.
But like one question, like as far as I understood, okay, there's like these channels, and like it's better to have like more people participating in the channels because like has more, provides more liquidity and stuff. But like, what's the actual, like how many channels are there? How can you imagine this like in like right now? And wouldn't it make sense? And if you, for example, would like create those channels and they are like trustworthy kind of channels, or like how?
Well, you can. So if you're like running a node is hard. A Lightning node is hard and it requires
exactly,
effort. And then the person who's doing it probably might want to get some yield from it. And this idea of getting yield from transaction fees is nonsense. So perhaps they could offer these hosted channels to people. And if they rip them off, like someone has a choice on their wallet to use one of these channels or not. And if they rip them off, they have a proof. Whereas before they wouldn't have a proof. They would just, you know, using like a wallet Satoshi, they could just change the number in your phone, in your wallet, there's nothing you can do about it. But here you have a proof you can take to them and say, particularly if it's like a physical entity. I just know how feasible it is for everybody to run their own Lightning node, just because of the cost of separate channels.
But like at the end of the day, what's the end goal?
Well, everyone's running their own.
Is it okay for you to be ripped off and have a proof?
No.
I mean, if you know the person, maybe you can sue them. Like as you said, if it's someone you have a physical relationship, I mean close relationship with, and you know who they are, then yeah, okay, maybe, but not in the general case, I guess.
Yeah, it's just another Tor address, and then the node will disappear after they rip you off, and the bad guy will open a new node. So
I'm not sure. I think if you're being your own bank, then can you also offer banking services to the people around you?
yeah, you could in theory. But I think the aspiration is to actually make it so simple that everybody runs a node without even knowing they're running a node, because your wallet does it for you, and it decides to open channels for you to optimize your needs, and you don't need to worry about this because that can all be automated. It's just a UX thing.
Yeah, but even if you can make the running a node very easy and automating the channel thing, you still have the costs of opening channels.
Yeah.
So those we cannot kind of get away with UX. So we have the elephant in the room, and this is why Ben, I think, was talking about the hosted channel thing, is when we look at El Salvador, for example, we were not ready to give everybody a Lightning channel. So it's really, we are not fast enough to onboard people, and it costs money. So if I want to pay for you, you want to be part of this Lightning network, and I want to pay you 10 cents, whatever, for $1 for what you're selling on the street. You basically, it costs too much to open. I mean, we are in a good fee situation right now, so now it's maybe even cheap. So, but let the fee market go on. So we'll have really to open a channel and to close a channel is costing money, and this is maybe even too much to have. And then all the liquidity that needs to be put in, that's also costing money somewhere.
Exactly. So that would be my question. Like, wouldn't it make more sense now to get started and to actually onboard like a lot of people like of the community? Like if you guys would actually have those channels and then you would onboard and then actually like create the first like real case.
It's a question. I mean, the question is what we are doing with this channel. So
Exactly,
we have them down. So okay, it's always hard to kind of renting channels out. There's maybe some concepts, but I'm not.
Okay, but what is the actual use case of your channel, for example? Like how many people are there and like what's. Yeah.
I'm privileged. I'm using a complete Lightning node with my own channels. I think this is when people look into if we don't change the protocol, we don't find new solutions there. This will be a very privileged solution to be. Hey man, I had 10 channels open to people with this much amount of liquidity. That will be a very privileged position in the future. But the question is, what solutions can we address? And what we see practically seeing is happening like Bitcoin Beach. Where they really basically have this community banking idea where basically they have one channel, they connect with one Lightning node, they connect to the rest of the network. But in their community, they onboarding people in a kind of local community banking kind of system. And Lnbits basically is also very opening the same kind of possibilities to have the sub-accounting and giving people kind of, so you have this local custodians, which are better than global custodians, like Wallet of Satoshi is, I don't know, it's one person somewhere, one company, all the Satoshis are there, tomorrow they're gone. If they scam people, they don't have to look them in the eye. The local custodian maybe is putting some social risk here to the game, so it's at least feasible, practical thing to do right now. The question is, how can we improve there? And hosted channels, at least, I think is one idea where I can maybe have it easier to move. In the beginning, I'm trusting that maybe somebody, but then maybe I can when I have enough earned, I can then maybe use this money and get a real channel. Like I already have the keys in my hand, but the car is not mine. But once I have enough money to pay, the car is mine, kind of to get from A to B. So all those kind of concepts. This is why maybe this hosted channel is discussed.
But I think it's important to remember that it's a constantly evolving technology, and there's plenty of solutions and proposals to be able to spin up lots of channels on an on-chain transaction as opposed to just one channel. Just a case of building those things in a conservative way. But I agree absolutely. I think so. Like one of the ideas with Lnbits was a good way of attacking custodianship is to make it easy for anyone to become a custodian and offer services, and then sort of decentralize custodianship. And I think as Bitcoin, sometimes we're like, you can't be a custodian, and it's like that's a good, it's a good thing to say, absolutely. But then in a real world context, how can you make custodianship the least worst? Like, what's the least worst version of custodian? And I think hosted channels are pretty much there, because you can choose where you want a hosted channel to be. You can choose a big node operator who has lots of, reputation, which they don't want to ruin. Or in a real world context, maybe it's, this hotel has a node, and I can use one of my hosted channels for payments. Hopefully, by the time we get there, everyone will be able to spin up a node, and it will manage all its own channels. And it'll be easy and cheap to set up channels, hopefully. But if we're not there, then there's some good solutions people are working on, but there's not enough people working on those solutions in my mind. Particularly when you have whole countries adopting Bitcoin and using Lightning for their payment rails, and the technology's just not ready yet. We need better versions of custodianship, more decentralized versions of custodianship that makes sense as a concept. Oh, CLBOS, a very good one actually for managing channels, because we run CSI, it's one of the Shield's CLBOS, is on Core Lightning. There's a great plugin, and you can just send Core Lightning on-chain funds, and it'll just go make a bunch of channels for you. We use it with our demo server, and it's really good, really good. So technology's getting better.
Yeah, I was gonna. There's some edge cases. So why close a channel? And this is an interesting question to ponder, because if we all open the right channels and the right liquidity was in the right places, we never need to close channels. We just bounce the funds around. And then if all the Bitcoin goes on to Lightning, what are the miners doing? They'll be mining empty blocks because no one's closing any channels.
No.
That's an edge case.
If it's so cheap to do on-chain, people just do on-chain transactions, so it's never going to happen now. Thank God.
Now the remote might want to close the channel you open to them if you end up all the liquidity on their side and it stays inactive for a year. The channel becomes a liquidity trap for them, so I think they would close in that case.
And nodes break and stuff, so other people want to force close. So there will always be, so miners, everything's okay, there will always be something to mine, so don't worry, Lightning is not the enemy.
And we can also do a hard fork and have bigger blocks.
Be your own bank and offer banking services.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I guess you guys are around for more questions. Okay, give us a moment, and now we welcome Mr. President, Vit. Are you here? Big applause for Vit.
do some innovation in the way we are running the countries. And I was trying hard to improve the way Czech Republic was run. For some 8 years, we translated some 400 videos, and we had the most viewed channel on YouTube on economical and political and personal freedoms. And yeah, 20 million views, that's, I think, not bad for 10 million people country. But at some point I understood it really takes a couple of generations to change people's mindset, because I talked to a couple of people that saw all the videos, they were very excited about it, but they still, somehow didn't get the fact that we really need to do something systematic. And I was just arguing for making Czech Republic into something more like Switzerland, lowering the taxes by, let's say, 1/3. Making sure that we don't get much more regulations. Right now, for example, EU has brought 500,000 pages of regulations into the Czech legal system, which is a lot of new regulations that need to be followed. So at some point I understood it might be actually much easier to start a new country than to fix an existing one. And in 2015 we decided we're going to do something for it practically, so we went ahead and looked for different territories around the world where starting a new country is possible, and we found a place between Croatia and Serbia called now Liberland. It's 7 square kilometers of land, beautiful plot, and for us it's important element of building a new country, because according to Montevideo criteria you actually need a plot of land to start a country. You can, of course, build different societies, but this plot of land was very special. It was not claimed by any other country, and it's still not claimed by any other country outside of Liberland. That's kind of very exciting. And I'm just right now actually having this discussion with the reporter from Radio Free Europe, and there will be, I think, a very nice article about the whole history of not claiming this territory by our neighbors. And if you think about it, this planet is pretty big, and we have only a couple places which are quite free. I mean, one of them is not too far from here. Monaco has a reasonable tax rate. Liechtenstein is one of the most prosperous countries in the world you can find, and it also has a very reasonable government. But why these places are so tiny? We've got all this planet, and unfortunately these good governments like Singapore or like Hong Kong are very tiny places on this huge planet. So why don't we simply take a piece of land and experiment with the way that place is governed? And we've got these great technologies now. Blockchain is one of them. So our aim at the beginning was simply to start the freest country in the world, to open up more freedom and more options for people to choose from, and utilize the latest governance technologies that are, I would say, growing now with the DAOs all around the world, and these options are, finally we've got the right technology to do that. And at the beginning of Liberland we said that the objective of the founders of the state is to build a country where honest people can prosper without being oppressed by governments, making their lives unpleasant through the burden of unnecessary restriction and taxes. That was the first press statement that Liberland made. So on 13th of April 2015, which by the way was the birthday of Thomas Jefferson, we wanted to invoke the spirit of American Revolution on that date, we declared Liberland, and we just went there. It was only 3 of us, and we were expecting that maybe something like 20,000 people will apply for citizenship by the end of the year, and we will have a nice small nation. But we actually got 20,000 in the first day, and then by the end of the week we had 200,000. And right now we have something like 800,000 applications for citizenship. So it's a huge nation by now, with people all around the world that somehow support Liberland. Of course, one thing is to apply online to become citizen, and the other thing is actually come to Liberland and do something, become active part of the community, which is what truly builds the country. But I'm still very excited, that we have this core of, let's say, 7,000 people that are actively supportive and building Liberland with us.
How many people do currently live in Liberland?
Well, let me get to that. Of course, that's one of the challenging things, and the powers that be recognize very well. That's, of course, also one of those things which they can give us a hard time in building a new country. But we are going in a, I would say, very smart way about it. And this year especially, things are moving to the next level in this regard as well. But first of all, I think it's very important to have the right principles and the right constitution and right separation of powers. So we start basically from making the ideal country, and we make sure that that ideal governance system does have the right path to attain all the elements of statehood. So what we decided, we combined the elements, a little bit of Swiss democracy, a little bit of US constitution, some meritocracy from Singapore, and of course all these classical ideas from the libertarian thinkers are built into our constitution. Plus we actually have included the voluntary tax system. So not just that taxes are actually voluntary, but you also get something in return when you pay them, which are two very important elements which I believe are simply missing today. People are paying taxes and the tax office usually doesn't even say thank you. We wanted to change that. And we wanted to limit our government only to take care of the basic roles of the government. Just like the founding fathers of US believe basically that the government only should make sure that there is enough security, there is justice, and that there is diplomacy. And we would like the private sector to take care of all the other things. And I truly believe, that it's much better to let the private sector take care of schools than making the governments, trying to educate people. You also don't buy drugs from government, why you should buy education for your kids from government. It's a very strange, I think, concept. But many people, have the feeling that somehow the government has to take care of this, but I don't think so. I don't follow that path. And we want to try it out in Liberland. Not just, for example, with schooling, but also with healthcare system. We believe that the private healthcare system, if it's not over-regulated, can do much better than a public run one. So that's it. And then, as I mentioned, we also have some elements of Swiss democracy. We have public veto built into our system. That means majority of citizens can get rid of any regulation or law that they don't like, which I truly believe is a great way to make sure that the number of laws don't overgrow, plus they don't really go against the majority. Because the laws in our system are generated by people that pay taxes. So the more taxes you pay, the bigger is your say. But on the other hand, we have this counterbalance that the laws cannot go against the majority. But majority cannot dictate the laws of the country, which I think is another important element for a successful country. And we have, I would say, very smart system of justice. It's also based on this merit system that we're building. And we are using some of the protocol called ULEX, which is copied from the international arbitration systems. But it's another cool thing which, when incorporated fully into blockchain, which is the second stage of development of what we are doing, probably by the end of this year, I think will be pretty cool thing, because you literally get like a blockchain dispute resolution system connected with a country, but it's going to be all running on smart contracts. So that's another important part of what we are doing. So what we did, we actually used Polkadot substrate to build what we have done. We have actually 80% of this project is already finished. We are finalizing or fine-tuning some elements. The MVP is already running. And what it is actually, if you think about it, you put energy on one end, people pay taxes, and at the other end, you get more freedom on this planet. It is literally, I would say, like the most useful DAO that you can get, right? Like there are DAOs, I don't know, to manage NFTs or whatever, but our DAO is something where you put in money on one end, and on the other hand, you get more freedom, and you get sovereignty, which is another important thing, because what we did, we basically tokenized sovereignty with Liberland. So the tokens that you're getting when you pay taxes do represent the share of the country, something which you can never buy in other countries, right? Something which is kind of guarded by the elite, and they are the ones, or the oligarchy that is running the country and making sure that basically that citizens are more of a subjects to the state. But with Liberland, you are literally the owner of the country you're living in, which I think is quite important. There is another element. Of course, one of the important elements is diplomacy. With that, we have been working quite hard. We've got representative offices in more than 100 countries around the world. We actually have diplomatic relations now with 8 countries, and we're expanding it. Every quarter of the year, we get one more country. For example, we signed collaboration agreement with Haiti last year. I was officially invited as well to El Salvador for the launch of Bitcoin City, which I believe is a great project. We were in a couple other Caribbean countries, and we will announce it fairly soon when we get the business there finalized. And we're working hard in Serbia and in Croatia to get more recognition and more, I would say, more friendship right now, because of course we're doing something which is not completely in line what these countries are used to, but we can bring enormous benefit to both countries. Actually, there's an economic study that expects that we will bring as much as 1% of economic growth to these 2 countries. So we can actually, to the region where half a million people left and they seek job in Germany, we're bringing 800,000 back, and we can bring them enormous economic boost. And we're working also in European Parliament. We're working with US congressmen and senators. That was the event a year and a half ago. I think we had 10 of them. That was a great event. And we're working with separate US states for the recognition of Liberland. So we got the process up and going in 3 US states, which is, I think, an important part of getting Liberland recognized by the United States as a country. And what we're also doing, it's good to know what we're going to build in Liberland. So we teamed up with Zahari Architects, and everybody is using now this buzzword metaverse, but we started this long before metaverse buzzword even existed, because we really wanted to show what we want to build in Liberland, or at least give some reasonable urban plan to start with. Of course, Liberland as a country will not build practically some buildings. We also believe that free market should take care of it, but it's very good to have some sort of initial plan of how the streets will be laid out. So Zahari Architects are actually, I found out they're the most prestigious or most cited architectural studio in the world media, so I think it's a great partner for us. If you haven't heard about them, for example, Beijing Airport is a fantastic project that they have recently finished. And they're helping us not just with that, but they're also partnering with us on building the metaverse, so the fully immersive environment where people will be able to basically walk through the cadastral maps of Liberland, which I think is also pretty cool. So we're building, before anything gets built in Liberland, we're also making a 3D plan of what we are planning to build. And I think it's also a good way for investors, private investors, to see what they're planning to put inside of Liberland before it gets, and they can see what the neighbors are putting there. So without too much urban planning, without too much state control, we can get, I think, nice results. There is a nice video online. You can get a fly through, but I didn't want to lose time with that. But right now we are dealing with some practical steps. We need to actually settle Liberland and start building there something and make people live there. And it's a bit of a challenge. There are a couple of challenges, and I will go through them, but I will tell you also how we're dealing with it. First of all, we started to build a village right next to Liberland. It's called the Ark, and it's on the other side of the Danube, and that's where the social events are happening, and that's where also where we are gathering all the equipment necessary for settlement of Liberland. And finally, we don't have COVID this year. Somehow it disappeared, so we can actually bring much more people to this place and have a very nice festival, and I will tell you about it a little bit later. And so this is our base in Serbia, and we are also building free trade zone. We're building this bigger ship called Bitcoin Freedom that we want to have as a hotel part in Liberland when we start the settlement project, and we are building houseboats, which is a project which I'm in love with. Somehow I wanted to build houseboats before Liberland, but now it becomes a practicality. We teamed up with the Serbian company that does them, and that's the best way to basically settle Liberland to start with. So this is a 2-bedroom place which is completely autonomous, and we can have multiple of them. And we are also getting this company now called Liber Homes, to come and help us with these tiny homes to put them in Liberland. But first we gather them in this village in Serbia, and then we will be ready to move them anytime when the diplomatic situation allows to Liberland as well. And this was the first year of Floating Man Festival. You can see we've got some really beautiful sandy beaches around Liberland. And it was just a couple of people, but it has been growing. This was actually this year's anniversary, and that's the place that we have there. But it's been growing, and we had 1,200 people coming to last year Floating Man Festival, despite the fact that there was only 500 people limit. Somehow they didn't arrest us for that. But we managed to bring 1,200 people together, but we are aiming now without COVID to a much higher number. We would like to have 2,000 to 3,000 people coming to visit Liberland and have fun during the Floating Man Festival. So we are very much welcome to join us. It's going to be between 11th and 15th of August. And we've got some famous local bands, but they're really good bands. You don't have to worry that they're singing in Croatian and Serbian. But of course, we're trying to bring as many locals as well to join our activities with the settlement as well. And one more thing, of course, it is very easy to become e-resident. It only takes a couple of minutes, and then it just takes a little bit more effort to become citizen by somehow getting involved with Liberland. And of course, building a country is a multifaceted project, so we need anybody that knows, for example, right now we're looking into making lightning payments available for the people that are coming to the festival. And simply, I think government shouldn't organize festivals, so I don't really have time for this, but I would love to have somebody that organizes the lightning payments for the festival. Just one example. But of course, anybody that thinks this is a fun project and they could be part of it, we are happy to have you. And now the e-residency cards actually do have a regular photo, and it looks much more like an ID, which is kind of cool because it has much more use. And the passports, not really right now, not just diplomatic ones, but we also have regular ones. And it's pretty cool because, for example, Kraken recognizes it for KYC. So you can also have your passport and use it for other purposes. And of course, in the countries where we have some diplomatic status, you can already use it for some traveling, but that's not the strongest feature of the Liberland passport. And that's it from me, actually. So if you have some questions, maybe I'm still able to answer them, right? If we
normally we do the Q&A after. That's okay for you.
Okay.
But actually you have some time, so go for it.
Well, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have. Please.
The same question what the lady asked. So what's up with the settlement? Like, why can't you guys go there?
Well, the challenge is Croatia. Like so far, like last year, for example, when we haven't made too much PR, people were camping, and they were camping there for multiple weeks, and we didn't have any problem. But there is some sort of friction because Croatia doesn't claim this territory, but they're also not very happy about us being there, and that kind of goes down over the time, and we're really trying to present them all the economic benefits. But there are like two leadership within the Ministry of Interior and within the local police. One kind of likes us, one doesn't. So when Liberland started, hundreds of people were arrested just for going to Liberland. We haven't had any arrests for the last 4 years, actually, which is a much better situation. But I also wanted to finish the governance. I wanted to make sure that that the system of the constitution and also the blockchain governance systems are already up and running before we seriously settle Liberland. And that is coming to fruition right now, so we're ready for it. But I have to tell you, I have no doubt that there will be some sort of issue with Croatia when we seriously start to settle Liberland, not just camping there. But the matter of the fact is that in none of the Croatian maps, Liberland is part of Croatia. And when they're arresting people, they actually arrest them for leaving Croatia. Or when they used to arrest them. So there is, again, some sort of friction, but what kind of fun would it be if there was no obstacle in building a country? Of course, there must be some sort of challenge in that, and right now I'm actually kind of happy that they're protecting the territory for us in a way as well, like nobody else is able to claim it, and but they don't like to. They don't like to. When I say that, they don't really like.
Do you have any separatist groups like Northern Liberland, trying to settle it first? Maybe we should start one.
That's the cool thing. I mean, I really have to recommend you the state in the third millennia by Prince Hans Adam of Liechtenstein, where he argues that every single municipality should have the freedom for self-determination. That's the one that I think you read, right? And it's kind of great, and we don't have that in our constitution like Liechtenstein yet, but we are seriously considering it. Like it's like one last missing element. But right, Liberland is really small, and when we have the northern Liberland basically making its own diplomacy, I think it's difficult, to include this at the very beginning of such a small country like Liberland. But we're considering it, and right now we might get some serious support from some organized groups, and we're really thinking about giving them even more freedom and more sovereignty. But it's really difficult in our system because we're already trying to make it as broad as possible for regular citizens. But for example, possibility to opt out of the criminal code maybe or something like that. That's an option. But again, that's not really. It's not the priority number one.
What is the actual language?
It's Liberlandish, actually. Always kind of joking that the best Liberlandish is spoken by those Croatian policemen when they try to speak English, because it's usually like their first time trying to speak English. So, but that's a language that is being created, and I'm actually a little bit serious about it, because we do, for the last 4 or 5 years, we built a Liberland dictionary. And the most words are actually added by Bogi Wozniak, our vice president. He's really good in building up the Liberlandish dictionary. But sometimes I add a word myself, so we are listening to, let's say, proper Liberlandish right now.
And about taxes, you said it's voluntary, but are you talking about private people? So for them, they're voluntary taxes, or also for the company?
It's something which I haven't, and thank you for actually telling this. I completely forgot to tell you about the ecosystem of Liberland companies, which I think is a very exciting thing, which is happening for the last 4 or 5 years. But what is most exciting that since last month, we can fully bank them, which is pretty cool. We've got a bank in Costa Rica that decided to recognize Liberland entities, and that is very helpful for growing of the project. But at the same time, we also have this network of free trade zones, which can be used by Liberland companies. So we've got around, let's say, 200 Liberland companies that are somehow functioning, and the ecosystem, I think, will grow now much stronger when the banking is available. And of course, as with any taxes, taxes in Liberland are voluntary, so you can choose how much you want to pay. The great thing, you can also decide to which particular part of the budget you want to add the funds, and you get something in return, which I think is natural.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Vit, for doing this. I believe the founding fathers of the US and Singapore would be proud that you are doing this. My question is about land. Let's say that some people want to buy a land to build a factory or put a house there. What is the idea to sell and buy the land?
Well, Marys do represent ideal share in the land right now, and I think at some point right now when the settlement will be a bit, let's say, it will be an adventurous event. We are going to do a little bit of homesteading options for people as well. But what we want to do first is basically test selling the land inside of this metaverse, which will not be connected to physical land. And then when it goes correct, we would like to use this similar platform like this metaverse to selling of the land. And there will be basically auctions for every plot of land. And the revenue of these auctions will go to the government. And if the government makes too much money, it will actually distribute dividends back to merit holders. But it's, again, that's like a little bit far out right now. I think we're still a couple of years away from it.
Now I'm interested about prices. Because right now, if I see that correctly, if you got 800,000 applications, and probably it's gonna be 2 million soon, and you only got 7 hectares of land, so it actually already by now only 1 square meter per person. So
yeah, we will be the most overpopulated place on the planet. You're right.
yeah,
But that doesn't, of course, mean that all Liberlanders will live in Liberland. And I think it's actually cool. The more citizenships you have, the more options you have. So we don't need to back everybody inside of Liberland. And of course, like the reality will be on the opposite scale of that. I think, like, of course, like getting things, like intentional communities itself are difficult. But of course, it's much easier when you have 1 million people on a mailing list and you can. But on the other hand, I'm not worried about overpopulation in Lebanon. That's not my biggest worry. My mosquitoes might be bigger challenge, but this year we actually don't have any.
Okay.
So,
and another question: do you actually have some criteria, like giving people application, like giving out residences for the application, or does every application also receive a citizenship?
well, we have this two-tier program. First, you become e-resident, and we actually do make sure that you're not coming from some criminal background or terrorist organization. And we also basically ask you, we don't accept communists and fascists, basically. That's what we said at the very beginning. So we would like to have a nice nation of people that don't intentionally steal from each other.
Who's judging that? Like,
well, we just ask people, like, people are their own judges. So sometimes I get like an email, sorry, because I've been in the Communist Party for 10 years, I don't think I can apply for Liberland citizenship. And I think maybe you change your mind about the whole thing. But and we actually removed it from the website recently, but we still ask about, like, from the description, but we still ask people about their background and if they respect private property of other people, for example, when you apply for e-residency. But it's just 10 questions. It really takes like 5 minutes to go through it.
Okay.
Yes.
My question is the nature of it. Where you are, it seems like you're right in the center of the EU. So as you progress and hopefully you get successful, how are you going to evade their claws, though? Because they, even with the UK, Brexit, they still have claws.
Well, this is the thing. We're actually not in center of the EU. We are on the edge of the EU. We're between Serbia and Croatia, where right now there is this.
Serbia is not in the EU.
Yes, but Serbia is applying, and
but most likely because of Kosovo, Serbia will not be really.
I think there is.
There will not be in EU in the next 5 years.
Well, we don't know that actually.
Well,
we don't know, but I'm also one of those people that believe that joining of Serbia into the EU is unlikely. There's a great joke, but I'm not going to go into that, by the foreign minister of Serbia. But we also believe basically that Serbia will never join the EU, the former foreign minister. And it seems like this will be kind of the division line between the West and East, or whatever you call it. So we're kind of outside of the influence, or we're in the middle of the two places. But I think it's a nice strategic place. It is kind of heart of Europe, but outside of the EU. And Croatia actually joined EU without Liberland. Like, if you look into all the Croatia maps that Croatia provided to the EU about its borders, Liberland was not included. Yes, okay. Maybe one more?
We can have a little bit of the Q&A session, and then you guys can ask him more questions, no worries.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jed.
Haven't gotten your copy yet when you go outside for lunch or whatever. When you go outside, there's a place where you can take a free copy. It's by virtue of Andre's and Christian's hard work. They were able to print about 200 copies, but I signed the numbers, 70 of them, And just so you know, I get a remote, good. Last year I was here, and some of you were also here, and I gave away some magazines. Some people just left them at the lunch table, did not take them home with them. But I just want to let you know that this is worth like $100 since last year. There's a market for this, it's a first edition, and if you want to look at it as a collectible, then I guess you should take it and see what you can do with it in a few years. But that's not the point, and I'm going to get there. I don't want to foreshadow too much. But last year I made 8 editions of the magazines that were launched here in Mallorca, and I changed the cover. I made sure that each one of them is unique in its own way. And some of the famous hodlers, so if I go back, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th edition, TAPConf 2021 in Atlanta, Georgia. I was able to get one in the hands of this guy. If you don't know who he is, check peterwillyfacts.com. He's like the Chuck Norris of Bitcoin. And I also got it in the hands of these guys. I mean, I only took a few pictures. In total, I delivered like 500 of them last year by myself. It's like my own baby. I started it as a hobby, and now it's like a part-time job. And I want to thank the sponsors. There's Joshua from Rotzoll and the Standard, and he was the first guy who supported my work, decided to sponsor my podcast. And at one point I realized that he was sponsoring my podcast, and it was not really growing. And I was in a situation where I was thinking to hire someone to do marketing. But I was like, why don't I start a different project, which is going to also promote the podcast indirectly? And basically the magazine is my marketing vehicle. I just gave you the insights from behind the curtains. But also want to thank from Lnbits Ben Ark, if he's here, he was on stage earlier. And also from Wasabi, there's Adam, and he always liked my work. We've been friends since 2019, and right now my podcast is sponsored by Wasabi and Rotzoll, and I make money with the podcast and then I spend it on magazines which I give away for free. So that's how I operate. And Start9 Labs, they have a very nice operating system for Raspberry Pi. Trezor, Mallorca Blockchain Days, they printed 200 copies this year, and last year I think Christian gave me like €100, which was nice because I printed more magazines. Bit refill, and that's it. So I paid my dues. This year I launched a new one before my 30th birthday. I like to think of this second magazine as like the best work of my 20s, because now I'm 30. I wrote it when I was 29. I think it's the most mature piece of work that I have done in terms of writing. And it contains articles which explain how Bitcoin works. And I actually wanted to start with a question, but I was taken aback. And the fact that I got rescheduled, I was supposed to talk at 4:30 and now it's 1 p.m. I mixed the data in my head. I wanted to ask you guys how you onboard new people to Bitcoin if they want to read something. You send them links, do you buy them books, do you get them something like Mastering Bitcoin or the Bitcoin Standard? What is the best way in which you get someone to get interested in Bitcoin?
YouTube videos.
But do they watch them? That's what my question is.
I give them your magazine.
I give them some subs.
Yeah, that's a good way. You give them some money. Though in my experience, they don't care much and they lose it. Or
They ask. Not immediately, but maybe after 10 days or the months. What is this that you give?
Yeah, in my experience, so this is like a story. I'm going to a wedding in 2 weeks. One of my university classmates is getting married, and I told her, I can give you this amount as a gift at the wedding, or I can give you twice as much in Bitcoin. And she was like, no, give me euro. Okay. You could have gotten twice as much, you could exchange it, but she didn't want to because she's afraid. And I've been thinking, okay, I created this magazine last year, and then I open sourced it so that anyone can print their own copies. And that's the whole point of this presentation. That it should not rely on me as a single point of failure. The project is so much bigger. Anyone can take the information from GitHub. And the reason why I do a magazine as opposed to a book, because people have told me, okay, this is thick, I could write a book with this content, It's more graphical, it looks nicer. I've done different editions this year. This one is from Parallel Nepolis at Pizza Day, which took place 2 months ago. And the ones that I sent myself are signed and numbered, and the ones that anyone can print are open source. And I differentiate them by the cover. So every cover tells you which edition it is. This one from Mallorca Blockchain Days 2022 is a unique edition, and you should get it when you head out. And what I'm doing also, since it's an open source project, so this is the first edition. I did not bring this here, but I think I have like 70 of them left at home. I've decided to translate this into French and Spanish, and I'm going to open source that because I realize that most people who get these magazines already know what's inside, in the sense that they don't really need the education. They get it as a collectible. And I'm trying to move past that and really scale. And to do that, I need to get to the people who don't have any Bitcoin resources. In the English world, we create a lot of content for Bitcoin, but then we realize that it doesn't get through the other communities. And I realized in my own country, I come from Romania, which is close to Liberland, by the way. And yeah, we are neighbors of Serbia, so I should get easily to Liberland if I want. I realized that in Romania there were shitcoins that translated memes about Bitcoin, and they promoted those memes for themselves, as in they made them. And people got exposed to ideas like store of value, generational wealth, and stuff like that. And they thought, oh, these guys are geniuses. They have reinvented money. But people who previously had no exposure to Bitcoin because of language barriers got scammed into buying into some shitcoin that has no future for it. It's just a bull market, pump and dump. And then they're going to be very disappointed and think that Bitcoin is the same. And I realized that we as educators have pretty much failed in the sense that we haven't been able to have this content translated in languages and promoted. So that's why I decided to work with 2 translators. This guy, his name is Rotzoll on Twitter. He did the French translation, and next month there's going to be Surfing Bitcoin in France, which is a conference. And I'm going to have some magazines there. But actually, the target audience for the French magazine is in North Africa, because that's where people don't really have access to Bitcoin resources. And I'm going to open source it so that they can print as many copies as they want for themselves. And I think I spoke with someone from Senegal and someone from Ghana, and they're going to print some magazines for their local communities. And I think that's the best way to use it. And there's also a Spanish edition that will be translated for adopting Bitcoin, which takes place in El Salvador. And the organizers agreed to print like 200 copies for El Salvador. I've also spoken with people from Guatemala, from Panama, from Chile, I think also Mexico, but I'm not very sure there. But they're going to promote the content to their local communities. And the reason why I use, I'm also going to mention the sponsors, but the reason why I use the magazine is that the articles are on different topics. For example, there's an article about a video game which has some Bitcoin ideas. And someone who's into video games is going to read that article and realize, okay, I have something in common with the Bitcoin culture. Because if you only focus on stuff that's interesting for Bitcoiners, you're only going to speak to a small echo chamber. With a magazine, you can approach different topics in a way that's not generating any kind of obligation to read everything. You find this on a coffee table, someone opens it, reads a random article that they like, they put it back, and at least they learn something about what Bitcoin is, as opposed to finding a book which creates the obligation to go from cover to cover to read. So I also need to thank all the sponsors who contributed to this, Voltero, Wasabi Wallet, Start9 Labs. This guy, Motorina0, actually gave me $200 just to have his name written on a blank page. Just a white page and his name on it. And he was like, I'm gonna give you $200 for that. And I printed 20 magazines with that, so thank you. Ciprian and Mallorca Blockchain Days, Any Colo, Panties for Bitcoin. So in the middle of the magazine, I think it's page 70 or something, there's this very hot lady wearing panties. So if you are into Playboy stuff, I guess you're gonna like that. BitKeepy, they're like an interface for Kraken, but a service that is KYC minimized for Europe, and they're based in Switzerland. Basically, they buy Bitcoin from Kraken and resell it from Switzerland with a small fee, but minimal KYC. You don't sign up with your ID, just they take your bank account and that's it, which I think is very smart. So no photo ID, no passport, no nothing. Lnbits, Ben is not here, but he does a great job. Build file wallets, they're like a clone of CryptoSteel. Metal plates, if you want to store your seed on steel. Shift Crypto, even though I wanted that to be Trezor, but we'll talk on that later. And BTC Reserve, which is an exchange from Macedonia, I think. Anyway, former Serbia. And I also have upcoming editions for the rest of the year. As you can see, pretty much every month for the rest of the year, I'm going to release some edition. There's gonna be the French translation for next month, the Baltic Honey Badger Special Edition for Riga in September, the TapConf Special Edition. This is, TapConf is a conference where the developers go in Atlanta, Georgia. The Spanish translation for adopting Bitcoin in El Salvador in November, and possibly also LaBitConf in Argentina. And I'm going to try to create an edition for every conference and meetup that requests it, even though, as I said, I have this at the end of the presentation. There's this QR code, you scan it if you want right now, and you're gonna get to the GitHub page where you download every page of the magazine, and you can even, like, if you don't like the ads, which I put in the magazine, you can remove them even if the sponsors don't like it, but, you know, it's part of the open source project, and you create your own edition with the modifications that you want. If you don't like an article, you can not include it. And I spoke about this. How will I pay for all the magazines with full ad pages and partnerships with the event organizers, as was the case with Mallorca? And thank you, Christopher. Not Christopher, Christian. Oh man, I screwed up. And donations, but that's not very reliable. Why bother with the magazines? And that's a very good question. Because I haven't made any money with this. I spent everything that I made. And since I spent fiat and got Bitcoin back, I actually got wrecked with the bear market. So I don't think I'm doing so well right now. But magazines are easy to read and more friendly than books. They stir the curiosity because they have graphics, unlike books which are just text. And you have multiple perspectives and topics within the same edition, so you can find something that might interest you. They require no commitment, which means that you read one article and that's it, if you want, or you can read everything. And the market for magazines on the topic of Bitcoin is still very young. And now I'm gonna basically talk about this, which actually happened after I released the first Bitcoin Takeover magazine. So Bitcoin magazine got back into printing, and this was the first one that they did. And when I saw this, I got very angry, because this is what colonialism looks like, basically. You have these Americans who go into El Salvador, they take a picture of this guy, they put him on the cover. This guy has no idea what's going on. He did not receive any Bitcoin education from them. He's not able to read the magazine to understand what it's about. But they just went there, and I don't know. It's not like maybe they paid him. It's likely that they paid him, so that's what they did for him. But the magazine did not really help in this regard. And that's what made me a bit angry and made me decide to also have it translated to Spanish, which is gonna be ready in a couple of months, I hope. And there's also Citadel 21, which is a magazine about Bitcoiners. Oh, I wanted to say that I used to work for Bitcoin magazine, full disclosure, and I want to beat them. That's why I'm here. By the end of the year, I want to deliver more copies than they did. And I'm not happy that, because when I was working at Bitcoin magazine in 2019, it was mostly about explaining technical stuff in a way that anyone can understand. But now it's more about politics and social issues. They try to promote adoption in El Salvador. They try to take sides in politics. Their latest edition is about the Canadian protests. And that's noble in itself, in and of itself, but it's no longer about explaining how Bitcoin works, it's more about pushing an agenda. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take it back to the origins of explaining what Bitcoin is to anyone, regardless of their political opinions. This basically is turning into an echo chamber kind of publication, which is only appealing to libertarians and people who agree with their worldview. But I want to do something that even a socialist can read and maybe ask some questions about what they believe about the world and if Bitcoin can provide to them something that they like. Because I think that every human being thinks about liberty with some limitations, and there's something that Bitcoin can provide to them. And as soon as they figure that out, that's how we get the real grassroots adoption, not the top-down one where a president decides to enable payments that are compulsory. You must accept BTC. And there's also Citadel 21, which is a project that I really like, but at the same time, I also dislike. I'm a subscriber. And their philosophy was that it's always going to cost $21, and with inflation, it means that they're going to reduce the quality of the print with each edition. The first one was okay, the one in the picture. But as more copies started to get delivered, I realized that they're only getting worse. And they're compromising too much with print quality. And they also have articles that are kind of echo chamber-ish. So most people who write for them basically tell their story about how they discovered Bitcoin. And if you read it as an alien who just landed on the planet, you're going to think that it's more of a religious publication than something which teaches you something new. It's about these people who feel like Bitcoin solved all of their problems, and once everyone else discovers Bitcoin, the world is going to be a better place because, you know, Bitcoin fixes everything and whatever. So this is why I don't really like the project. I like the initiative, but I don't necessarily agree with them. And I think that there is room for competition, which is why I'm doing my project. The next one, so I didn't tell you this, but I'm doing one magazine every year. This one, so let me take this back. This one, I made it look like a PlayStation 2 game. As you can see, I use the same font because I'm a nerd, and this is what I used to play when I was a kid. And the next one is going to have PlayStation 3 graphics. You can see that I stole the font. It's actually open source. I did get inspired. And it's going to get called Breaking FUD. And the concept behind this is that I'm going to take most misconceptions about Bitcoin and try to debunk it in one volume of 100 pages. And it's going to be available next year, and I'm also going to open source it, just like the rest of the content. So if you want to print this, you can get it next year. I'm still writing it. And I'm going to take over multiple battlefields because I still do the podcast. I'm at 125 episodes. I'm going to write more articles. So look for Bitcoin Takeover Podcast if you have Spotify. I'm going to do more content in French and Spanish, more translations in more languages, hopefully. I need more funds for that. I don't know how I can scale. Grow audiences in multiple languages, explore the news reporting field, because I feel like news is also rigged, and I feel like companies from Europe and Asia and Africa get left out, and most of the news outlets are excessively American. If you look, you have CoinDesk, you have the Cointelegraph, you have The Block, you have Bitcoin Magazine. Basically, most of them are in the US, and they report about US companies and VCs and startups and whatever. If you look at the amount of coverage that Strike, the wallet, gets in Bitcoin Magazine, you're going to see that they have like 20 articles a year. If you look for Electrum or RaspiBlitz or some open source project from Europe, you're going to see that they barely get there. It takes some effort for them to get published. So I think there's potential in news reporting, and I'm going to try to do that, even though it's very resource intensive. So I only have 24 hours in a day and about 10 in which I can work, but I'm going to do my best. And I'm also going to try to find a way to monetize without compromising on core principles, which is the biggest challenge, as everyone involved basically wants something from you, with the exception of Joshua and Adam. they were very nice to me. They never asked me for anything so far. So thank you. And if you're interested to advertise in the magazine for the Spanish or the French editions, you can talk with me on the hallway. I'm gonna give you a full ad page. That's all I can give you, but the money is going to be used to print more magazines. If you're into that, to create more education, let me know. So, thank you.
So let's start with a trigger warning to give you a fair chance to just jump out of your seats and run shouting through the door. It'll be a talk about politics, but hear me out. Give me a second before you jump up. There's a certain way to look at politics which is value neutral and realist, and it's the way of the tradition of the Austrian Enlightenment tradition of the social sciences, and you may know part of that as Austrian economics. And that way of looking at politics is really about looking at societal change and trying to understand societal change. And what's really surprising is how little societal change has to do with the kind of politics, you know, from TV or social media, party political bickering. What most people assume how you change society, you do your bickering until you convince the majority of the population, and then you enact the change top down. Very odd, it's all backwards. Usually there's change, and then gradually and then suddenly majority opinion changes, and then really the last guys to change are politicians. So really you shouldn't look at politicians if you look at change. So I assume you all want to change society, and you'd like me to tell you how. And I've seen that Nietzsche is somehow the paragon of this event. So I paraphrase him. He more or less wrote, don't worry about the how, it's important that you get a why. So that's the more important questions. Why would you want to change society? And of course, change is something relative. So you need to define a baseline. You need to figure out, okay, what's the status quo? What's the baseline I'm comparing to? And then only if you see so much at fault that the status quo that you are willing to bear the uncertainty of change, then of course you'd have a why. So more complicated than that, the baseline actually is not a status. The status is not a status. It's change. The baseline is change. And it's ever-changing change. So that basically defines modernity. That we live through change, and not only change, it's changing rates of change. And interestingly, that's the reason why most politics that you know, is actually a reaction against change. No matter if it's left or right wing, usually it's reactionary, it's a reaction against change, because we have a hard time keeping up with the changing rates of change. So, but let's assume that we come to the conclusion there's too much bad change happening and too little good change, and I share that assessment of the status quo, and I'll add a certain specific criticism of the status quo. That's the economic one, that according to John Maynard Keynes, we are in the long run, but contrary to John Maynard Keynes, we are not dead. So we get to live to see the results of capital depletion. That is, that means that more capital has been consumed than regenerated or built. Well, of course, you don't have to agree. That's a certain specific assessment of where we are at these times, that some of that bad surprisings and disappointments and kind of change you don't like to see and better change that you don't get to see is due to that kind of discoordination in time within society. So that something in the very complicated fabric of changes and reactions against changes, somehow something got broken. And we got to figure out how to improve that, and that's why we are willing to take the uncertainty of change. Now, what's the wisest advice on how to change society is be the change you want to see in society, and it assumes, and I think it's generally the right way, not assume that you have to convince everyone and then somehow change will be there, but try to figure out if you can change something that may be passed on that other people may copy and realize that it's really a change for the better. But that of course assumes that you, let's say as a pleb, as someone who's not in charge, have a choice and have a say, and that of course is not always the case. You can think of a feudal order where you are just a servant, and even if you change it, you know, it does not affect society at all. I think the opposite of that kind of order, where you don't have any effect, is a market economy. According to the definition, I think it's the best definition of a market economy by Ludwig von Mises. He said a market economy is a continuous plebiscite. So it means the plebs decide by deciding what, when, and if they consume. They determine the production structure. What kind of resources are used in which way to bring about what kind of structures, societal structures, physical structures, cultural structures, and so on. So I think that's a good definition, and that of course shows us another thing that may be wrong, that we may be living through a reaction against that kind of order. We may live in a time of a tendency towards a maybe more feudal order, and it's not by just overtly taking away your power, it's a very hidden way of rigging this kind of voting mechanism. Because what's the continuous plebiscite? It's every cent that you spend or every sat that you spend is a vote. And of course we can see that the kind of monetary policy we have nowadays is a massive rigging of this kind of voting machine. It's producing endless amounts of votes, which of course has a disempowering effect. So what do the plebs do if they're feeling powerless? They unite. And there are generally two ways to unite. You can align along means or tools, and you can align along values. So you seek out other people who share your values, or you seek out other people who share the same means, and those are two very different approaches to uniting. The one seems to be more a communal approach, the other one seems to be a bit more entrepreneurial approach. And I think in the space that we are interested in, there are two prototypes of these approaches. And I'm going to call them the Bitcoin citadels and the blockchain experiments. And I think both are efforts to bring about change by uniting plebs either along values or along means used. Now hold tight onto your seats, another trigger warning, I'll say something shocking. When you hear about a blockchain experiment that's getting traction, it's getting interest, funds are coming in, they'll be able to sponsor a conference like that. If you don't know anything else about them, what's the likeliest assumption you have to make? It's a scam. It's a scam, right? So I think the likeliest assumption, if you know nothing else about blockchain experiment, it's a scam. If you see a Bitcoin citadel gaining traction, which means not just one Bitcoiner declaring the home where he's raising the family citadel, but it's actually like people settling together in their own citadel, what's the safest assumption if you don't know anything about it? It's a cult, right? So that's why crypto is basically scams and cults. But up, I promised it will be value neutral, non-judgmental way. So hear me out a little bit. I try to explain it and differentiate it and figure out, what's at the core of that thing. So what's a scam? A scam is a promise of value that can't be fulfilled. The reason why almost every innovation first looks like a scam and seems like a scam and may turn out to be a scam is really in the structure of societal change. Society is a fabric of knowledge. And of course, every change, every innovation, in a way, invalidates that knowledge. It's contrarian. Every innovation is contrarian. And if contrarians were always right, there would be no society. There would be no, this fabric of knowledge would be worthless, so there wouldn't be any reason for society. So contrarians usually are wrong. But those that are not wrong are extremely important. So it's this kind of paradoxical relation. That's why most promises of value can't be fulfilled. And now there's a spectrum, of course. You may know that you won't be able to fulfill that promised value, but usually it's not that easy because there's as I said, quite a spectrum. One way to convince other people that you'll be able to fulfill a promise of value is convincing yourself first. That's the easiest way. So you may be convinced, you may believe yourself that you're able to. And it's even more complicated than that. In many ways, having other people believe that you're able to deliver that value increases the chance of you being able to deliver that value. And that, of course, is behind the entrepreneurial wisdom of fake it until you make it. And it's the more important, the more you are in industries where network effects are crucial. And anything related to monetary things, of course, has lots of importance on network effects. So there's quite a spectrum, and I think the real criminal scams are not that interesting proportion. Even though in crypto they are a larger part, and I'll get to that in a minute. So I think it's quite natural that with innovation, most innovations seem like a scam in the beginning, and most will turn out to be scams in the sense not that there's criminal intent, but just the value promised can't be fulfilled. Now, most people assume that crypto is so full of scams and criminal scams because it's unregulated, and that shows you, that's the surprising thing of the Austrian school of thinking, that in so many ways it shows you how backward assumptions are in economics and politics. Usually they are not just wrong, it's just the opposite. And this assumption is the same as thinking that drug markets are ruled by shady criminals because it's such an unregulated free market, and they are all unlicensed drug dealers. Of course, that's a half-truth, that's worse than a lie. Of course, the reason is if you outlaw and make it legally impossible for any honest entrepreneur to take part in the system, you have a selection effect. And a remainder that looks even shadier, and then of course you have the intervention spiral of legitimizing your regulation in the first place. And something very similar happens here. It's called regulatory arbitrage, which is one of the reasons even the conspicuous scams may seem to be more frequent within this era, or within that sphere. Now, what is a cult? A cult usually is like a sect, it's a secession from society because you have an impression that nothing is true and everything is permitted. So you seek something that's true, seek a truth with other people, and you want to live in a way that not everything is permitted. You have quite strict rules. Usually you have dietary rules which you religiously follow, and you get an alignment with other people. Because there's a price to pay to be part of that aligned community. And of course, every culture starts out as a cult, and it looks like a cult before, with this alignment. Usually, they're like smaller and less people affected, and most cults, of course, die as a cult. They start as a cult and they die as a cult, and so don't affect that much change neither. And I think that's, again, it can be explained easily from the structure of societal change. How how it comes about. So, a cult is an intentional community, and I think we're living through a time where, as I see that, quite a lot of increased interest, not only in intentional communities, but also in political experiments. And they seem to be quite closely related to the change or longing for monetary experiments or fixing something in that era. And that's surprising because there's quite a historical analogy to that. So I have the impression we are living through a time where it seems like now in the intersection of the internet, cryptography, and open source software, something new is emerging. And so it's quite an innovative area where we have at the same time technological and cultural, that is societal change happening. I'm not quite sure yet what the essence will be, but something is happening, and it seems to be a linkage between new monetary protocols and then potentially new societal protocols. And something very similar happened with the end of the Roman Empire, which of course never really ended, but there was enough turmoil to call it an end. And what happened there is that, of course, what was the center, the focus, got to the periphery, and what was peripheral got to the center, and those are the North Italian cities as one part of, I'd say, political experiments. And we had a lot of intentional communities forming at the time. Now, if you would have guessed at the time, you'd say there's intentional communities, very cult-like, won't affect that much change. They seem very old. I mean, in these cults, even men stop procreating, so very old cults that formed. And of course, those intentional communities were the monasteries, spread that really increased with the end of the Roman Empire. And it's quite surprising to me, and not that easy to explain, how the monasteries finally, even though they're like very seceding from society, seeking a refuge and negating all the values, because like nothing is true, everything is permitted, so let's like permit the least possible and seek the truth, very pure movements. Over time they turned out to be hubs not only of culture but of technology as well, for quite odd reasons. One of the reasons is that monks can't work that much because they have to pray, so they were really big in value in labor-saving technologies. But just as interesting as the monasteries, which are underestimated, I think, are those city-states emerging with the fall of the Roman Empire. And they are underestimated now even more so than ever, because the nation-state was such a seemingly success story, even though it brought so much blood and so much collateral damage to the world, and it still does every hour and every minute we speak, but still it's quite underestimated how important those experiments were. And it's surprising that those new experiments were hubs of monetary innovation and political innovation. So we had breakthroughs in monetary protocols, the florin and the golden standards, double entry, bookkeeping, but also, of course, the shady and scammy banking schemes that we've known for quite a while. And, quite interesting, some of the first skyscrapers, amazing skyscrapers. And now another trigger warning, I may insult some of you. I think those skyscrapers in the North Italian cities are like the perfect analogy of an NFT, because if you look at them, I mean, they're impressive from the outside. The inside, they're quite disappointing. They're empty and useless, because what they've done with the skyscraper is they've abstracted away every utility other than status. So they are pointless status games. Those family towers in the northern Italian cities, they're just pointless status games. But still, of course, they are showcases for technology and culture, and on the way you may have learned something by doing these pointless status games. And what we see in these experiments is they are quite wasteful. So of course it's an amazing waste. particularly in the short term. In the long term, not so sure with the Italian tourism, but in the short term, impressive waste. Just as scams and cults, I'd be a bit more tolerant about waste. And I think something that Ayn Rand wrote is quite telling. She said that you can distinguish a free from an unfree society in the following way. In a free society, resources are wasted. Because of course, there's not one authority that can tell you what's the right thing to do. So people try out stuff and most doesn't work out, so there's a lot of waste of resources. An unfree society wastes human beings. And that's the difference, I think it's an important difference to make. And I think that gives a strong why, again, or a third formulation of that why would you want to change society? And I think one of the strongest whys is to combat that terrible waste of human potential that we're seeing in soulless bureaucracies of the state, of corporations, of pointless projects, of bullshit jobs, as you may want to call it. I think it's one of the strongest whys for societal change to do something about this tremendous waste of human potential. How do you go about that? I think it's an approach that's neither naively optimistic and not just cheerleading, because if you're naively optimistic about change and just cheerleading, you'll be cheerleading a lot of wasted human potential. And in particular, if the framework is distorted, and in particular if the coordination mechanism is distorted. Now it's quite something, or it's quite different if you ask yourself what brought more change within the Soviet Union, where you have a distorted structure. And there you had both approaches, like people aligning along means and trying to figure out better ways to cope with the situation and profit of the opportunities there. So I'd say the more entrepreneurial approach. And then you have the more people like aligning along values and trying to help each other. And that, I think, is the prototype of the oligarch versus the Solidarność movement or union. And so what's usually, I'd be quite skeptical about these value-aligned movements, and I'd be more friendly towards the entrepreneurial movements. If the structure by which you judge entrepreneurial success is distorted, of course, it's not so obvious. It's not so obvious that the more capitalist or entrepreneurial approach is usually the less wasteful and better approach, and the more communal approach is the less wasteful approach. So you can't even be sure about that. And I think that's one of the reasons why, or another reason why the blockchain era is so full of scams. It's not only the structure of societal change which makes it that way. It's not only regulatory arbitrage, it's that due to a seemingly unrelated intervention and structure, the whole coordination mechanism is distorted. So the main use case, the main thing people would like to fix is monetary assets. It's storing value, and there, of course, you have very distorted incentives. So a lot of the projects actually are mistaken for answers or dabbling in monetary assets, and it gives quite bad incentives, and it increases, again, the proportion, not of criminal intent, I'd say, but how people perceive it, use it, and what are the most prominent use cases. And then, of course, in society which by intervention has become more short-term oriented, and where there's quite a separation between your decisions to consume or not consume and the capital structure, you'll have a more higher prominence of short-term use cases like entertainment, distraction, and so on. So I think it's also the distorted structure around that explains a little bit more why it may seem that you can't even find one project that's not too scammy to sponsor a conference like that, which is quite odd. So Of course, you're all aware of the monetary experiments, and what you may not be aware is that we're living through a time, as with the fall of the Roman Empire, of new experiments in societal protocols. There are two approaches. Now, the Bitcoin Citadel approach is not really a prototypical city, so that's a wrong perception. I think the longing for a Bitcoin Citadel, of course, you all know the original meme and how it has been repurposed to express a certain longing, and it's the longing of living with people whose value you share. And that's the classical definition of an intentional community. They are usually fairly small, and there is an impressive hype in intentional communities, so many projects getting started, not even mainly related to Bitcoin. You have all the eco-villages and the permaculture and subsistence farming projects, and all kinds of different things. And then, of course, you have the bad intersection of cult and scam, which is the affinity scam, like Crypto Island or so on. Even if you are not saying it's criminal intent, it's just the incentives are really bad, in particular this intersection. But we not only have a hype of intentional communities at the moment, we have a hype of new city creations and formations, and that I think generally is a positive sign. It's a sign of a renaissance, of trying to figure out new protocols of living together, new rule sets, and I think it's at least the second most important and fascinating field of innovation besides monetary innovation. I still believe that money as the coordination mechanism is even more crucial than thinking about the rule set, how you live together, but at least the second most important sphere. And those experiments, usually they work out if they are entrepreneurial, so they're promises of value. It's entrepreneurs doing what Balaji Srinivasan calls society as a service. Of course, like software as a service, which is like subscription-based society as a service provided by a provider who is taking the risk to start a new city. And I think in particular, or in the purest form, I think it's the Free Private Cities project by Tito Sgebel, but I'm a bit biased maybe. So I think most of these city projects will fail. I think if you know nothing else about it, assume it's a scam, just as a heuristic, a rule of thumb. And I hope I've explained to you why that's in no way negative. It's just a value neutral observation of how things are. But worse than just seeing that is trying to do something against it in a political way, and that's why you try to fight scams with regulation, and you try to fight cults with a kind of inquisition and social pressure, and both approaches are very wrong-headed. I'll try to explain why regulation actually, instead of reducing scams, increases the amount of scams. And this is another social psychological reason for that, and that was observed by Alexis de Tocqueville. He said there's a kind of evil paternalism. It's like people think they gotta protect other adults from their life choices, and it's not a good kind of paternalism, because a good kind of paternalism is fatherly. You want to protect your child so it grows up to be an adult. Evil paternalism is you want to protect someone to keep him dependent like a child for the whole of his life and prevent him from becoming an adult, prevent him from being capable to bear responsibility. And of course, decreases the responsibility and the capability of people to take this burden of responsibility, and increases in the long term the amount of scams or the amount of people that will fall prey to scams because they were never allowed to learn the hard way. And I think we should cherish failure, as most new projects will fail, but you learn much more from failure than you learn from success, because success can have lots of reasons. Failure always changes your course, so it's absolutely crucial for bettering of society to have failure, to permit failure, and you can't fight that by protecting people from failing, and usually by trying to protect people from failing, if you have then this kind of interventionism, which tries to make up for it and bail out and so on, you just increase into a systematic scale of failing and make it much worse. Now the way to fight cults where social pressure and calling out people and calling out their ideology or religion doesn't make sense neither. What's quite interesting is if you push cults or sects and you try to prove to them that their predictions, their truth that they're following is wrong, it's not validated by reality. That reality contradicts, in particular for apocalyptic sects. I mean, they make quite clear predictions of impending doom, and doom doesn't happen. So should you point the finger and tell them, see, you were wrong? The interesting observation is they are increasing their conviction. They are doubling down. So even if you try to prove to them that they're contrary to reality, their conviction increases. So it's contrary to what you expect. And I think generally it's been the other approach from the mainstream, other than regulation, to the Bitcoin phenomenon has been this kind of pigeonholing, ideological pigeonholing, like this big conspiracy theories that Bitcoin is this evil libertarian project, or even worse than libertarian, like this Peter Thiel kind, evil guy libertarianism or alt-right libertarianism. There are even books on that now, like the politics of Bitcoin, the ideology behind, the secret ideology behind Bitcoin. It's all backwards. I think libertarianism is largely irrelevant to the adoption of Bitcoin by now. Of course, libertarians like it and tend to like it, but if you look at the history of its adoption, largely irrelevant to it. And that's this wrong perception that you got to pigeonhole people, that you figure out there's something like a Bitcoiner and you try to find out what's his religion or his ideology because you distrust it, you're not quite sure why is he using it. And I think this way you just increase the cultishness again because you're pigeonholing people and you're defining terms that have no match in reality. I don't even believe there's something like libertarian or something like that. There's just constructs, labels that you use as heuristics, which usually do more harm than good because they take away your empathic understanding of the other person you're looking at and you try to label him and class him with other people you've maybe talked to, or worse, you've read other people writing about other people who wrote about those people, which in fictive classes that you're looking at. So both ways don't really work. How do we get to the kind of positive culture allowing for these failures? As I said, it's not the positive cheerleading. I think there is some need for a kind of toxicity, but it's a toxicity not against the waste of resources, a toxicity against the waste of human potentials, and in particular two prototypes of people that either in the projects that align along the values, which I would call the oligarchs. I mentioned that before. If the whole structure is wrong, then you have people who seemingly very entrepreneurial are capturing more value than they are creating value, just because the whole structure and coordination mechanism goes wrong. And on the other hand, you have the gurus, people who claim to provide certainty by actually benefiting off uncertainty because they make people long for it, kind of fake and quick fix certainties. So I think there's a need for even more toxicity against potential oligarchs and gurus. And on the other hand, I think there shouldn't be that kind of pessimistic negativity of just seeing flaws in projects and being angry about anyone not spending all the resources he has in the one project you think is the only worthwhile pursuing, and so on. So it's mindset in between this cheerful optimism and this negative pessimism. I'd call it critical rationality, and I think it's a mindset that emerged within the crisis in old Austria as well. It was a crisis, not only economic crisis, it was a crisis of knowledge and a crisis of trust. People were not sure who to trust anymore. You had all kind of crazy ideologues and gurus emerging. You had in the same coffee shop a Hitler and a Lenin and a Stalin meeting up and sharing their certainties with other people. And within that framework, a kind of critical rationality, which is non-judgmental because it first tries to understand very critical, but still positive in a way that you are in favor of human flourishing, you're in favor of win-win cooperation, you don't try not to judge someone before you understand him, you are optimistic about progress, or you favor progress in a certain sense, you think that things can get better and should get better. And I think it's that particular mindset that makes it worthwhile to continue those traditions. I think that's why they're a perfect match to these monetary innovations that you're taking interest in, and to potential experiments or experiments in societal protocol innovations that I'm quite interested in and eager about as well. And even though most may turn out as scams and cults, I think a society that allows for that and allows adults to make their mistakes is a better one. So the true societal change usually is a mix of technological change and cultural change. And throughout modernity, we've had this kind of change, which are these odd sigmoid curves. And that's how cultural change happens. It means it's a persevering persistence against all odds. Culture comes from cultivating. It's against the elements you persist in cultivating something. And it may mean to do a conference, even though you have to say no to all sponsors. That's a kind of perseverance, I think, is part of a long time cultural shift and change. Because every good change, which is this connection between technological and cultural change, every good change happens first gradually and then suddenly. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will have a Q&A session now. So, Vlad, can you come in front?
So, I'd like to ask about incorporating companies in Liberland. Is that even okay to do? Can you talk about that in general?
Well, we started basically experimentally incorporating companies right after Liberland started, and we were wondering, for example, what happens if Liberland company invoices the Polish State University, and that was back like 5-6 years ago. These experiments started, and to be honest with you, we actually never had any problem with it so far, and we never had anybody that had any kind of problem. And we were looking for more than 5 years to find a decent banking solution for them. And first we started to work with Bitwage, and that was a good solution where basically you could use it as a tool for banking, which is great because you jump directly from Bitcoin into banking, and then you also jump directly back from banking to Bitcoin. And they were having enough regulatory freedom so they could actually host Liberland companies. And that now is also basically they have a new version of their system, Bitwage, if you ever heard about them. They're quite good. It's only like 2-3% that they're charging, and they allow you basically to pay in 30 minutes in places like Argentina with your Bitcoins into their banking system, and vice versa, because they have banking connections in some 30 countries around the world. And now we finally found a bank that is willing to work with Liberland companies, which is another great step forward to give more service to them, and that it comes with the credit card, and it comes with now unlimited transfers. So that's pretty cool, and I hope that those initial months will prove that that all these companies will be able to do the business. So, but anyway, Liberland companies have a large degree of freedom. There is an incorporation act that you can study how to incorporate company, and it also takes a couple of minutes, especially after you get your residency, to start your company.
More questions?
So regarding Liberland, so what advantages do you think does Liberland have over, say, Liechtenstein? which also has good like things for companies.
It's like a joke, you know, we had 4G like 2 years before Liechtenstein, 4G before Liechtenstein had like 2G, but we have all other advantages. I mean, like, one of the reasons why I started Liberland is that the market of getting citizenship in one of these countries is extremely difficult, right? Like, how many people is it in Liechtenstein a year?
30,000. No, 30,000 is the total, but it's just like a handful.
How many new a year?
Like it's, I think, single 2-digit number.
Yes, and I also wanted to basically upgrade. When I was thinking about it, like I would really like to upgrade from Czech citizenship to some other. And you know how difficult it is to get citizenship in Monaco, for example. There are 5 generations of Italians living in Monaco, and they still didn't get the citizenship. It's amazing. So I was thinking we really need to start a new country to be able to accept this new nation, which really the liberty-loving Bitcoiners in this new millennium are, and that's how I decided that, you know, we should also make it limited. But in a way, number of citizens in Liberland is not limited. We can actually give as many citizenship as we want, but the voting citizenships are really tied to the minimum amount of 5,000 merits that people have to accumulate in order to basically have a voting citizenship. And that's a standard way of getting citizenship. But if somebody really wants to become citizen, you know, even before they accumulate 5,000 merits and they're somehow helpful to Liberland, we are able to give, for example, the spouse of Liberland also Liberland citizenship, but it doesn't come with the 5,000 merits. That is necessary to basically maintain the master node on the network. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Oh, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it's more about like being accessible to outsiders. One quick question for Vlad. What does TKVR stand for?
Takeover.
Okay.
I actually have a question about Liberland. So, if you don't live in Liberland, as most citizens do, can you actually become an ambassador and get one of these ambassador passports, like a diplomat?
Of course, as long as you work like serious ambassador and you have some capability to expand our diplomatic relations, we give you the passport, diplomatic passport. Yeah, basically now.
I mean, that one means you can get arrested.
Not really, no, actually. It's not that simple, actually. I mean, you know, and it doesn't work with other countries as well. So there is Vienna conventions about using diplomatic immunity, and in order to actually be recognized as a diplomat in a country, you have to be accredited by the country, right? So even people basically running around with Czech Republic diplomatic passport in Germany, unless they are accredited by Germany, they don't really have the full diplomatic status in that country, even though they have some level of protection. But of course, it works great with the queues on the airports. That helped me out. I think it saved at least 10 hours of my life. And it's also great with visas in Africa, because there are like $100 visa requirements in Africa if you're traveling for tourists. But you're not tourists, so I sometimes use it for that, even though I probably shouldn't. But the main reason why we have the passports is it would be really silly if you start a new country to travel on Czech passport, for example, to El Salvador, and have a diplomatic talks with the government there on some other than Liberland passport. Right? So for us, it's a must, and we have some 300 diplomatic passports now within our diplomatic community distributed, and roughly 1,200 regular passports right now.
I have a question about what is the main goal, or perhaps the main problem right now for developing your.
Well, like there is a mid-term or like short-term task is to launch successfully this governance, which will really manifest the things that we wanted to achieve with our constitution. So we are basically launching Liberland Congress. There will be 21 people that will be elected by merit holders, and we are distributing the governance of Liberland basically from me and a couple ministers to regular body, which is actually a requirement for recognition by many countries. Like you cannot really get recognized unless you have an elected body, which we're going to have. So for me, now getting this right and also actually properly market it and get it technologically set up correctly is very important. And the other thing is settlement, and this festival that we have on 13th of August, there is this conference, and basically we're putting more and more people closer to Liberland over the time. So that's another critical thing which must be properly managed and it ties together with the relations with Croatia, which must be improved. We're going to put, right after this governance will be set up, we will put much more resources into relations with Croatia. We will probably keep on our pushing for recognition with other countries globally, but our presence in Croatia will be much stronger. Now a little bit disbalanced, like most of the investments are coming to Serbia, but actually Croatia is joining Schengen fully. So that will make it very difficult for them to prevent us from making investments around Liberland and actually visiting Liberland from Croatia, etc. And it's coming on the 1st of January next year. So we have a great opportunity to utilize this, that they are finally entering Schengen in our advantage.
So when you die, who takes over and how does that pass on? How do you pass things on? Or have we not thought about this?
So active management of Liberland is vested into Congress. So those are the people that were elected by merit holders, and merit holders are the people that pay taxes in Liberland. But the reserves of those merits that are automatically being distributed to Congress is at custody of Senate. And that is something like House of Lords in Liberland. It doesn't have active decision-making power, but it holds the custody of the reserves, and it does keep a veto power. For quite a long time, it will keep veto power, like a second chamber. So I myself, for example, didn't give myself any merits for starting Liberland so far. Maybe I will probably also give myself some merits for it. But I'm keeping like the custodial role of the Senate, and that Senate is inheritary, but it is inheritary just like the merits are in Congress, but we put like a two-corporate structure for Liberland.
Just one more question. So are there any surprising statistics or negative things that you didn't expect to happen when Liberland was started? Any bad things that surprised you and that you did not expect?
Really, I'm quite happy to be alive, and surprisingly nobody has threatened my life since we started Liberland. So it is, I would say, very peaceful country creation, unlike many countries are. And I have to tell you that things are actually going very much in line what we wanted. Of course, sometimes I wish they were faster. But I probably didn't answer your question fully. So the new president, if you're thinking about that, we actually wanted to remove the position completely originally, and just keep the powers vested with the Congress. But then we thought that it actually would kind of break the tradition in Liberland. So new president will be voted by senators. Basically, it's just to answer your question, how it is structured according to the constitution.
And how we can buy the merits, and what is the price of one merit?
You basically donate to Liberland right now.
But is
So
there
it's
any market?
it's not, and it will be created once the whole blockchain governance will be finished, and that's not is running for 2 months already. So we're quite close to doing that, but I want to make at least 2 more security audits before we launch it. And right now, all the money that came to Liberland were simply donations, but we're gonna exchange them basically for these tokens, and then the market will decide about the volume. Of course, it can go up, it can go down, but we're basically giving the share of Liberland some value, and the share of Liberland does represent a share inside of the sovereignty of Liberland and everything that Liberland owns.
So my question is for Vlad. Would you like the magazine to remain a one-man show, or are you looking for contributors in the future?
That's a very good question, and I very much welcome contributors if they can write stuff, but at the same time, I'm not in a position where I can hire people to work, and I hate asking people to work for free. So that's why I keep it a bit quiet from this point of view, because I'm not sure if I can reward them to the extent that they would be happy. And I know that the market has gone quite crazy in the content production and paying field, because it used to be like $100 per article when I was working for Bitcoin magazine. Now people ask for $250, and that's only for a short one. If they want something which is well researched and and the stuff that I do, I would have to pay someone else like at least $1,000, right? I'm not sure if they were comfortable to have it open source. They would like to retain their copyright, whatever. So it's delicate, but if I find someone with the right mindset and technical understanding of how Bitcoin works, I would love to work. Actually, that would help me, do less of the work that I already do. So that would be super convenient.
And your plan is to issue one magazine every year?
That's reasonable because it gives me enough time to promote it at various conferences. And it gives me enough time to deliver like 500 to 1,000 copies by myself every year, which is not much if you think at scale, but just think about the fact that I pick each copy by myself. I walk up the stairs to the 4th floor where I live. I sign it, I put it in an envelope, I take it to the post office. There's a lot of work there.
I love it. It's a great project.
I have a question for Rahim. I don't want him to feel like he was only here for the pictures. Because I always criticize the fact that we look like cults and the fact that we don't really stick to the problems that Bitcoin really fixes and generalize to the point where we say Bitcoin fixes everything and better money will fix human flaws that are inherently human. And where do you think is the tipping point where we're going to look a little less cultish and we're going to really rationalize what Bitcoin is?
Yeah, I think one shouldn't worry too much about how we look, because that's again the whole collective premise, which is wrong from the start. And of course you can't avoid that one of the reasons to be interested in this project is dissatisfaction with society as it is, and that there's a natural tendency for this cultish way, which I think is not worse than the scamming way. So this perception, it's quite hard to control, and I think that different personalities with different strategies as well in communication, that may work out. So the only way to get past that, if you reach a certain scale, because then you have a greater diversity of people being interested in it, and that's why I think generally a focus on both sides is interesting, is trying to figure out who are the people you align with, but then be less preachy to the outside, but get your refuge. So it's better to go to your Bitcoin citadel and try to play it out rather than being self-righteous and just trying to preach to the masses, which I would call the guru, and that of course has the bad perception, rightly so. I think people who in their private life do whatever cultish things, I think that's okay, and that most people tolerate if it doesn't affect you and if it's not preachy and just going away, because you'd usually expect them to fail and then tell them, oh, I told you so. So I think that's generally fine. I think it's a mix up. And on the other side, I think the focus on tools, which are neutral tools, really helping people with real use cases. I think this was also one of the drivers behind the adoption of Bitcoin. That's a very natural phenomenon of its increasing adoption, that it will look less cultish because there's a higher diversity and it's people with needs that are aligned along those needs. And that's how usually something from being a kind of cultural innovation turns out to be technological innovation. It's not the discovery of something that's very new, it's the innovation of more and more people realizing that it's a means to their ends, even if we don't have the same ends, but we can use the same means for different ends. So I wouldn't be too much worried about perception. I think it's great, and this is part of your talk, how you see yourself standing out and how you communicate. I think it's a trade-off, of course. It's your strategy. I think it's great that versus the amount of voices, and generally I think that's probably the best you can do. And it will be the change that you want to see. How can you bring or explain Bitcoin to people without coming along as too cultish? And I think you're right, it's not having the agenda, it's not having the agenda first, but being empathical about what are your problems and how could that be a fix for your problems, and try and get a deeper understanding.
Let me just make a small comment about your speech, if you don't mind. Like you said that we shouldn't label things, and then I felt like you labeled everybody, potentially everybody that you were talking about. I would just be, like very careful about self-labeling. Even like labeling Bitcoiners as a cult, I think it's simply not true. Like we're living in this great era when Bitcoin has really taken form of the 7th biggest currency in the world, or maybe now 8th after a bit of a fall. And I think it's really great to be excited about something, and if you're part of the group, it makes it even more exciting. So I'm not in favor of like labeling, especially ourselves, like Bitcoiners as a cult or something. And that's my note.
Yeah, no, that would be a misunderstanding. I said don't use the term Bitcoin at all. But then, of course, you do use labels as phenomena, and I use 2 labels that I think are, they've caught on a bit because they express something, and those are memes, if you like. It's not real things, it's memes. It's like there's some kind of alignment of understanding that people see it and they see something expressed, either something they dislike or they like, and I try to explain why do some people dislike those things, what's the reason behind that, and try to differentiate the phenomena. And that's the approach, I think, of this Austrian tradition. You go heads on. It's not just you try to conceal it with better words and try to find better labels because you have an agenda, because you want to make it more acceptable or so on. It's better to be outspoken and direct and even call a scammer and the cultist, but still have the empathy and then figuring out, okay, why does it look that way? And what's in the context that you can understand, and then probably learn from it and not repeat every time the same mistakes because you're going to repeat them on your own. So I think it's crucially important to be very critical and look at every project very critically. In particular, those projects that seem to put a bit through, that seem to be very innovative. I think it would be better to be more critical than less critical. Even though it may seem a kind of negativity.
Let me just quote, if you know Mr. Jager, the guy that won like everything in NHL, he said, if you cannot say something nice, you better shut up. I'm just like, contra opinion in this regard, but I'm trying to.
It's also a different culture. It's a bit of a mentality difference as well. I know, this realist approach is seen sometimes overly negative, and I try to explain why it's not that. Usually the American mentality is a bit different. It's you focus on the positive and the niceness and be nice. And of course, I enjoy that mentality as well. It's nothing bad about it, it's just different mentality. And I'm part of different culture and mentality, and I think there's value in that kind of critical rationality. If you can figure out that even if you're quite harsh with your terms, and that's why I always trigger warnings, if you like, you still, person to person, you can be empathical, but everything that has like a public outreach, just be aware that there are traps, and I think generally, even with entrepreneurial projects, my preferred tendency is the via negativa, is the selection. It's like you need to bring up lots of ideas because you want to destroy most of them. I'm not sure, I'm not claiming it's the only way and it's the best way. I tend to see value in that. Rather come up with more ideas and destroy more ideas than just pick one and say, okay, but it's got to work, it's got to be that one, and shut out all the criticism and potential problems. But I totally understand your point that it may seem less civil, less nice, a bit toxic at times. That's quite okay, just accept it's a different mentality potentially. And then of course you're involved in a project, maybe multi-projects, of course there'll be maybe a bias as well.
I just want to add that it's actually useful for the Bitcoin project at large for us to disagree. As if we all agree on something, it's going to become centralized around some idea. And even if that idea turns out to be good, someone might come up with a different idea. And if we have a culture of agreeing with each other, it's going to be easier to get across and make changes. So having different ideas about what it is and competing all the time is what keeps the project successful and only ends up having the best of ideas getting implemented.
I completely agree. I think it's a great
conclusion to go to lunch.
I think we had one more question.
So one question for Rahim. So like regarding the Bitcoin citadel. So Bitcoin is for transferring value between people who don't really know each other. But if you have a citadel, like a tight-knit cult, then you can basically just keep a tab in order to transfer value between each other. So now I'm like, isn't the citadel kind of the Bitcoin cult kind of isn't it like a mismatch to the technology? And one thing that I think is a better approach is like the network state. I'm not sure if you heard that. Yeah, maybe you can contrast.
I even mentioned Balaji as he termed this society as a service analogy. I'm not so sure. The network state is more like a blockchain experiment, and I think there's a higher rate of failure with that and a higher risk for scams. Then with even if the Bitcoin citadel, I totally agree, it's like a logical contradiction because money is the neutral thing. It's for cooperation between foreigners and not a tribal thing. Nonetheless, the reason for Bitcoin maybe as much in the context as in the technology. That's why the origin block, of course, is a reference as well to the time that it gets started. So there's a reason, and without these distortions, we don't know if Bitcoin would ever have picked up or if just a fancy thing that there's no real use case for because everyone is happy with the fiat currencies. No, I think it's a sound conclusion to see a moral problem of money. And of course, not without being just judgmental, but I think we are moral beings, so we try to find out what's the right thing to do, and we see not only economic distortions, I think there's a reason to see moral distortions in society as we're looking at, and I think we have agreed that it's part of the motivation, it's part of the why. So the how is not that important as the why. And of course, in particular here, because we are privileged, so we don't have all these hows that other people may need. Most have bank accounts, fintechs, credit cards, and the payment thing is more or less solved for most people with the Apple wallets and so on. So this kind of how that's first addressed by Bitcoin, it says kind of border crossing payments, fairly easy, fairly quick. Compared to, of course, a Western Union stuff or the other alternatives in less privileged countries, there's more obvious. I think within the Western Hemisphere, the why is more important because the how is not really there yet. In the sense that it's for a majority of people really the more convenient way to use money because they still haven't figured out that really the problem of money isn't just the coins or bills. That's a tiny, tiny proportion. The problem is really monetary assets, mainly real estate here, and there are really existential problems linked to that one. And of course, that reflects also the structure of our societies and the way you live and the problems you face and the moral dilemmas you face and so on. So I think there's nothing unsound about seeing it as a moral cause, and if you see it as a moral cause, the better way is to align with people with the same values rather than trying to convert other people to your values. Just show other people that there's a way to live according to your better values and it'll have better impact, and that's the intentional community. And it may sound paradoxical, that in a Bitcoin citadel, Bitcoin may not be used that much or not at all. So I totally agree, but that's the way it is, and I don't think it shows that those are idiots who try to live there. They just a bit maybe figure out what it's really they are trying to seek in order to avoid disappointments, and the worst thing, avoid affinity scams, which is like someone providing a cult as a service, more or less, and that's the most dangerous, I think, intersection. Affinity scams means you claim that you represent the same values, so we are all brothers because we are all like libertarians or whatever, or Bitcoiners or Maxis, and then you offer it as a service basically, and you offer a worse value, a higher price because you take advantage of this affinity, of this trust that you consume and abuse. So just a warning to be aware of what it is and what it may be. And it's not related to the monetary problem directly, but indirectly, as the distorted monetary order. I think there are some reasons for the kind of moral distortions people see, and the problems of living their life or figuring out a better way to live. And I think it's reasonable to see kind of overlap between those problems. I don't think that better money will fix everything because it's the human nature. But I think a better money would go a long way in fixing a lot of the issues which are really symptoms of this distorted monetary structure.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done for the first half of the day. There's going to be some food now upstairs, some snacks, and we're going to be back here at 3:15 to continue.
And don't forget to get your magazines on your way back.
All right, thank you. How was the drink? How was the